An ex's return spells defeat for the current partner. Jiang Chen was dumped by his girlfriend, who left him for her white moonlight, the one she truly adored. However, on the very day they broke up, Jiang Chen unexpectedly acquired a lottery system. The lottery wheel has 5 icons: coins, cards, potions, books, and a question mark, each corresponding to a different reward. With 3 draws a day, Jiang Chen's life began to turn around. Soon, his ex-girlfriend's group of best friends all gathered around him, and his ex was filled with endless regret. Chapter 1, Whoa! A golden cheat. Jiang Chen, let us break up. You can't give me the life I want. I can't risk my entire happiness on a loser like you. So, let us end this here. Shilan City. In an old courtyard in the rundown part of town, Liu Ruyan, dressed in a sharp office outfit that accentuated her S-curve, dragged a suitcase behind her, showcasing her shapely figure and long legs in black stockings. Jiang Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at his girlfriend of 3 years and sighed silently. Once an ex comes back, the current partner is bound to lose. Those 3 years of devotion might as well have been for nothing. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan were college classmates. But during college, Liu Ruyan's boyfriend wasn't Jiang Chen, it was her white moonlight, Yang Fan. In their senior year, Yang Fan broke up with Liu Ruyan to study abroad. That very night, Liu Ruyan came to Jiang Chen in tears, asking if he would be her boyfriend. Jiang Chen, who had secretly liked her for 4 years, agreed without hesitation. For the next 3 years, Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan were officially together, even living together and planning to get married. But then Yang Fan suddenly returned from abroad. Liu Ruyan became distant, often lost in thought. Jiang Chen even caught her messaging Yang Fan in the middle of the night. One night, Liu Ruyan came home drunk and, during an intimate moment, accidentally called out Yang Fan's name. Jiang Chen had a hunch they would break up sooner or later. And sure enough, the day came. Hey, it's because your white moonlight returned, isn't it? You see that Yang Fan is wealthy now and want to rekindle things with him? Liu Ruyan, if you were honest, I'd still have some respect for you. But seeing your disgusted face just makes me sick. At his words, a flicker of panic crossed Liu Ruyan's face. She thought she'd hidden it well, unaware that Jiang Chen had seen right through her rekindled flame with Yang Fan. After a brief moment of panic, Liu Ruyan composed herself. She gave Jiang Chen a contemptuous smile and said, "That's right. Last night, Yang Fan accepted my pursuit, and we got back together. So what? Yang Fan is richer, more successful. Why would I stay with a broke loser like you?" Jiang Chen clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said in a low voice, "Liu Ruyan, I don't want to waste words with you. Now, get out. HMPH. Liu Ruyan sneered, grabbed her suitcase, and walked out without looking back. In his empty room, Jiang Chen lit another cigarette and stared at the ceiling. Yang Fan, now back from overseas, worked as a high-ranking executive at a major company, with a monthly salary of at least 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who couldn't find a suitable job after college, had been working as a food delivery driver. To save for their wedding, he'd worked day and night, earning around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan each month. But with the high cost of housing in Shilan City, his income wasn't nearly enough. And with Liu Ruyan's materialistic lifestyle, Jiang Chen's money was spent as quickly as he earned it. Yet, Jiang Chen felt neither regret nor resentment. Liu Ruyan may have been shallow, vain, and fickle, but undeniably, she was beautiful, had a great figure, spoke well, and was skilled. To Jiang Chen, those 3 years of supporting her were worth it, like keeping a golden bird. Now that she was gone, Jiang Chen actually felt relieved. No more saving for wedding expenses or pushing himself to deliver food, he felt a sense of freedom. As for love, forget it. Who says I can't live without it? Ding! Detecting a locked heart, activating the lottery system. Ding! System initializing, please wait. Ding! Jiang Chen has successfully bound with the lottery system. Check the main page for details. Suddenly, electronic beeps echoed in his mind, leaving Jiang Chen bewildered. Was he hallucinating? But as he rubbed his eyes, a 3D virtual projection appeared before him. Lucky lottery wheel. Available spins, 3. Inventory, empty. It was a virtual wheel, complete with a pointer and buttons, divided into 5 cartoon icons, coins, cards, bottles, books, and a question mark. Each icon was in a different color and area, with different probabilities. Coins took up the largest space, almost half of the wheel. Cards took up a quarter. Bottles came third, followed by books, while question mark was the smallest, barely a sliver. In short, coins, cards, bottles, books, question mark. Whoa! Jiang Chen shouted, rubbing his eyes again. When he saw that the 3D projection was still there, his blood boiled. No way! Did I just get a golden cheat? As a veteran reader, Jiang Chen had read thousands of online novels. He knew exactly what a system and a cheat meant. He never expected that the fantasy cheat systems from novels would one day become his reality. No time to waste. Time to figure out how to use it. System, where's the manual? Show it to me. As Jiang Chen mentally requested, a new page appeared. Lottery System User Guide. 1. The host automatically receives 3 spins per day. Unused spins carry over to the next day. 2. Prizes won in the lottery are stored in the system inventory, accessible via mental commands. 3. The system inventory only holds items from the system, not physical objects from the real world. 4. The lottery system retains the right of final interpretation, and major changes will be promptly notified to their host. Chapter 2. Spin the Wheel, Young Man. Inside the room, Jiang Chen quickly familiarized himself with the system's features in just 1 minute. Let us try a spin and see what we get. With a thought, Jiang Chen clicked the spin button, and immediately, the pointer on the wheel began to move. It wasn't either wheel turning, but the pointer itself rotating. The red pointer spun clockwise rapidly, and after about 3 seconds, it began to slow down. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer stopped in a segment featuring a cartoon gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've won 10 million Dragon Country dollars. Ding! Prize is being dispensed. Please wait. Ding! 10 million Dragon Country dollars have been deposited into their host's bank account. The system guarantees that all funds are legitimate and will not cause any issues for the host. Right then, Jiang Chen's phone received a message from his bank. Dragon Country Bank, account ending in 5418, a transfer of 10 million.00 was completed on July 7 at 10:10. Current balance, 10,520.48. Jiang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected that a single casual spin would make him a millionaire on the spot. Whoa! He pinched himself hard, and the sharp pain made him wince. Ouch, he pinched a bit too hard. That hurt. After letting out a long breath, the dazed expression on Jiang Chen's face was replaced by pure excitement. Since the system is this generous, how could he waste such a chance? He still had 2 spins left for the day. Let us keep going. Swipe. Jiang Chen clicked the spin button again, and the pointer resumed its spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, click. It stopped in the gold coin section again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen felt a folder appear in his hands. Curiously, he opened it and found a Ferrari car key, a vehicle registration certificate, a purchase invoice, tax documents, and an insurance policy, all registered in his name with a license plate number, LAN-A.JC666. This time, the system's efficiency was lightning fast. In a mere second, it had handled all the paperwork and sent the keys, registration, and other documents directly into his hands. He had to give this system a 5-star rating. By the way, system, where's my Ferrari LaFerrari parked? Ding! Host's Ferrari LaFerrari is currently parked in a nearby underground lot. The exact location has been sent to your phone. Thanks, system. Instead of rushing out to find the Ferrari, Jiang Chen brought up the spin page again and clicked the button once more. The pointer started spinning for the last time that day. He stared intently at the pointer, silently praying, here goes nothing, let this be a big win. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the pointer slowed, drifting past the gold coin section and hovering over the card section. Then, just barely, it edged into their bottle section. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've won a vial of elixir. Suddenly, a small red vial popped up on the wheel display and was instantly moved into the system's inventory. What was this? An elixir? Jiang Chen opened his inventory and saw a red vial in the first slot. Gene Elixir. Consuming this will modify genes, enhance physical strength, and significantly boost attributes such as strength, agility, stamina, mental energy, and vitality. Whoa! An elixir that can modify genes and enhance physical abilities. This was like something out of a sci-fi movie. With a thought, the elixir appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he uncapped it and drank it down. Gulp, gulp. It tasted surprisingly good, sweet and tangy, almost like yogurt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As he finished, Jiang Chen's face twisted. Hot. It felt like he had a blazing fire inside him, not just burning, but ready to explode. Jiang Chen could hear his bones cracking, and his muscles started convulsing uncontrollably. The pain was excruciating. His body contorted on the bed, rolling back and forth as the pain grew unbearable. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but his vision began to blur. He felt his strength fading, heart slowing, and everything turned white. Is this it? Am I really going to die? No. A surge of determination overwhelmed him. He clenched his jaw, twisted his neck, and finally passed out on the bed, still clinging to life. Chapter 3: The Super Beauty. Afternoon. In Jiang Chen's room, a ray of sunlight filtered through the window, landing directly on his face. He frowned slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a few moments, Jiang Chen suddenly jolted awake, sitting up in bed. Am I alive? Did I make it? Did I successfully complete the genetic modification, and my body strengthened? With a quick turn, he leapt out of bed, and in just a few strides, he was at his wardrobe. This old, redwood wardrobe had a full-length mirror on the door. As Jiang Chen reached it, he froze. What the is that even me? The face in the mirror was still his, but his aura had changed dramatically. Before, Jiang Chen had been a sunny, handsome young man. But now, he looked like a refined gentleman, with elegance and an ethereal charm that made him seem untouchable, almost aristocratic. To put it simply, Jiang Chen had gone from good-looking to astonishingly handsome. And that wasn't all. Not only had his aura changed, but his once lean body had also transformed, becoming impressively strong. His muscles were well-defined, and his 8-pack abs practically radiated raw strength. In addition, Jiang Chen felt an endless reserve of energy, as if he could go run a marathon right now. Wow! So, this is the benefit of genetic enhancement. To test his newfound strength, Jiang Chen moved around the room. With a light jump, his head almost hit the ceiling. He tested his strength by lifting, and with one hand, he could hold up the heavy redwood wardrobe. He did 200 push-ups in one go without breaking a sweat. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. Jiang Chen felt like he had a tanks build a human machine. Half an hour later. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Chen put on some clean, casual clothes. Checking his phone, he realized it was already past 4 p.m. Meaning he had been passed out on the bed for a full 6 hours. With his phone, wallet, car keys, and documents in hand, he prepared to head out to find his new ride. When he opened the door, he noticed a woman crouched by the pool in the yard, washing clothes. Huh? Why is she still here? After all, Liu Ruyan had moved out. As her best friend, why hadn't she gone with her? Curious, Jiang Chen walked over to the woman by the pool. This woman was Su Yao, Liu Ruyan's college roommate and best friend. At 25 years old, she had rented the east wing while Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan rented the west, making them neighbors for 3 years. To get to the point, Su Yao had a stunning face, with enchanting peach blossom eyes and a teardrop mole beneath her right eye that added a hint of vulnerability to her sultry beauty. She had a slender waist and a captivating figure that seemed almost unreal. Not to mention her long legs that could make any woman envious. However, Jiang Chen knew well that Su Yao and Liu Ruyan were alike, both were materialistic. Liu Ruyan hid it well, while Su Yao wore it openly. Jiang Chen remembered her classic quote, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." Since entering the workforce, Su Yao had been searching for a wealthy boyfriend, dreaming of marrying into a rich family. But the reality of not having status or skills hit her hard, and she realized that marrying into wealth was nearly impossible. So, her dreams of becoming a socialite were shattered. Her new dream? To become the mistress of a wealthy man. In this day and age, as long as she had money, she didn't mind if she didn't have a title. Jiang Chen approached, his thoughts flashing with regret. How could I have been so blind, fixated on Liu Ruyan, when such a stunning forest was right here? Su Yao, why didn't you move out with Liu Ruyan? Upon hearing this, Su Yao instantly bristled, much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hey! Who are you calling that? She spat, furious. But when she turned and looked at Jiang Chen, she froze, her eyes widening with shock. What the did you get plastic surgery? Jiang Chen sneered. Does my face look surgically altered to you? Then why are you suddenly so good looking? Without thinking, she walked up close to scrutinize his face, even reaching out as if to pinch his cheeks. Jiang Chen caught her wrist, annoyed. Don't get soap suds all over my face. You're such a snob. A faint blush colored Su Yao's cheeks as she drew back her hand. Su Yao, Jiang Chen said with a sly smile. How about I give you a chance to bag a rich guy? Are you interested? Su Yao was about to snap at him again when she froze mid-sentence. Did you say you could introduce me to a rich man? Heh. Jiang Chen laughed, his expression filled with disdain. I know a super wealthy heir. Would you like to drive luxury cars, live in a mansion, buy designer bags, get endless pocket money? My friend is not only young, rich, and handsome, he is generous, too. All you have to do is call me hubby, and I'll introduce you. Chapter 4, Easily Controlled. In the yard, Su Yao seemed somewhat distracted. She was holding a large red garment, repeatedly scrubbing it in the wash basin, completely oblivious to the fact that she was nearly ruining the fabric. Jiang Chen stood quietly beside her. Swish, swish, swish. As Su Yao washed the clothes, it seemed like she suddenly remembered something. She turned her head, a wary look on her face, and asked, Jiang Chen, you didn't get dumped by Liu Ruyan, did you? Did she hurt your feelings, and now you're here just to mess with me? Su Yao, you're really a big-chested, brainless woman. Jiang Chen sneered, saying, it wasn't you who dumped me, so it's not my responsibility to mess with you. Then what you said earlier, is it true? Su Yao stared directly into Jiang Chen's eyes, seemingly trying to read whether he was lying. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining anymore. Instead, he took a Ferrari car key out of the file bag. Little splash, take a look at this. He waved the Ferrari key in front of Su Yao, a mischievous grin on his face. Ferrari. Su Yao immediately recognized the Ferrari logo. Her eyes lit up, but then a look of suspicion crossed her face. Jiang Chen, this car key isn't a lighter, is it? Shit. If you think it's a lighter, why don't you check for yourself? Jiang Chen retorted. Quick, show me. Little splash, wipe your hands dry first, don't dirty my car key. Su Yao's attention was entirely focused on the car key. The fact that Jiang Chen had called her Little Splash seemed to have slipped her mind. See that? This is the power of money. Under the temptation of wealth, even someone like Su Yao, who was once the proud campus beauty, had to lower her head. Hey! It really is a Ferrari key. Su Yao's face broke into a surprised smile. Jiang Chen, is this your rich second-generation friend's car? Where's it parked? Take me to see it. Her face was now filled with excitement. She clutched the Ferrari key so tightly that she refused to return it, even shouting for Jiang Chen to take her to see the car. Damn it! She really is a materialistic little thing. At the mention of a luxury sports car, her eyes shone brighter than a spotlight, and she nearly drooled. Little splash, like I said, as long as you call me husband. Jiang Chen quickly snatched the key back from Su Yao and pretended to check the time on his phone, adding, I'll drive you around in this Ferrari LaFerrari and introduce you to my super rich second-generation friend. Wait, you said this car is? The LaFerrari, one of the 3 most famous sports cars, limited to 499 units worldwide, worth 22.5 million yuan. Su Yao's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth fell open as she stood there dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. She didn't even react when Jiang Chen snatched the key back. That's right, it's a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen slipped the key into his pocket, pretending to check his phone again, saying, my rich second-generation buddy has invited me for a big dinner tonight. The time is getting late. Whoosh! Before Jiang Chen could finish, Su Yao rushed over and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Jiang Chen jumped in surprise. Su Yao, holding his arm, lightly shook it, then bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Husband." "Not nice." Su Yao immediately let go of Jiang Chen's arm. She glared at him, saying, "Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. I've called you that thing you wanted me to, so tonight, you have to take me to meet your rich second-generation friend." Silence. Jiang Chen didn't respond, only smiling at her in a teasing manner. Su Yao thought he was just playing with her. She was about to explode when Jiang Chen calmly said, "You're planning to meet my friend dressed like this? Don't you think you should change your clothes and put on some makeup?" "Huh?" Su Yao froze for a moment, then looked down. Although she couldn't see her toes, she realized that her current outfit wasn't fit for going out. "Jiang Chen, wait for me. I'll be right back to change." Su Yao rushed into her room after throwing this sentence. Maybe afraid that Jiang Chen would leave her waiting, she opened the door again just after closing it and poked her head out, glaring at Jiang Chen. "You better wait for me in the yard. Don't stand me up, or I'll make you regret it." With that, she slammed the door shut. Click. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself. He knew it would take Su Yao at least an hour to finish getting ready. There was no way she would be out in less time. So, he took out his phone and began browsing the internet. After careful consideration, he booked the presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. Royal Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential suite, 88,888 yuan per night. Booked for a week. Order. Dingling. As soon as Jiang Chen finished the online payment, his phone rang. It was their hotel calling. "Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang Chen?" "Yes, this is Jiang Chen." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the Royal Dynasty International Hotel's presidential suite. I'm your personal butler, Bai Qianqian. You can call me Butler Bai or Manager Bai." On the other end, a pleasant female voice welcomed him. She quickly listed all the services available, asking if Jiang Chen needed a car service, if he wanted dinner reservations, and so on. Every guest in the presidential suite gets a 24-hour personal butler. Jiang Chen declined the car service but asked Bai Qianqian to reserve a booth at the top-floor revolving restaurant. Clearly, Jiang Chen had plans for a date tonight. After all, she was Liu Ruyan's best friend. His ex-best friend. This was going to be interesting. Chapter 5, Pretending to be High-Minded. At 5 p.m., Su Yao finally walked out of her room. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Su Yao not only had a delicate makeup look but also styled her hair into loose, large waves that cascaded over her shoulders. Her cool and sophisticated makeup, paired with her captivating gaze, showcased her unique, queen aura. She wore a halter neck dress with one shoulder exposed, the black fabric contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. "Do I look good?" Su Yao asked, swinging a black handbag and walking over to Jiang Chen in a natural, cat-like stride, swaying her slender waist, and even flicking her hair. "Millimeter, full marks." Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, turned, and started walking out of the yard. "Hey! Wait for me!" Su Yao called. "What's your legs for? Can't you keep up?" Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly. "Who is your rich friend? How come I never knew you had such a wealthy friend?" Su Yao asked curiously. "There are many things you don't know, why should I tell you?" Jiang Chen replied. And so, the two of them continued bantering as they walked. Su Yao was annoyed with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen was dismissive of her. But despite the bickering, they made quite the striking pair, with the handsome man and the beautiful woman walking together like a couple in a quarrel, turning the heads of everyone they passed by. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen took Su Yao to an underground parking lot. From a distance, a bright red sports car was parked ahead. It was a Ferrari LaFerrari. One of the top 3 sports cars in the world, with only 499 units globally, worth 22.5 million yuan, the Ferrari LaFerrari was just sitting there quietly. The sleek luxury sports car, with its streamlined body and unique design, reflected light off its polished paint, exuding an irresistible allure from every angle. Sure. Jiang Chen pulled out the car key and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The Ferrari's headlights blinked twice, and the horn let out 2 sharp sounds. The lock was undone. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and walked over briskly. However, as soon as he opened the door, before he could get in, a loud scream froze him in place. "Oh! It's really a Ferrari LaFerrari." Jiang Chen, stop right there. Su Yao marched over in high heels, blocking Jiang Chen from getting in the car, and shoved her phone into his hands. What are you doing? Jiang Chen instinctively took the phone, confused. Hurry up and take 2 photos for me. I need to post them on my social media. Su Yao said before quickly moving to the front of the Ferrari LaFerrari, striking a seductive pose. Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's patience was wearing thin. She had originally asked for just 2 pictures, but Jiang Chen had ended up taking dozens for Su Yao, yet she still wasn't satisfied. So, with a cold expression, Jiang Chen threw the phone back at Su Yao and climbed into the driver's seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The luxury interior of the car instantly put him in a better mood. Har! What a cool car! From now on, this ride is mine. He closed the door, buckled his seatbelt, adjusted the seat and mirrors, and followed the steps his driving instructor had taught him before carefully pressing the start button. Roar! A deep, wild exhaust sound echoed through the underground parking lot as the Ferrari LaFerrari came to life. Jiang Chen was filled with adrenaline. Click! Just then, the passenger door was suddenly opened, and Su Yao, still fuming, climbed in. Jiang Chen, are you trying to get me killed? You couldn't even take a few more photos for me, you're so impatient, she snapped. No wonder Liu Ruyan broke up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, I would have kicked you out already. At her words, Jiang Chen's expression darkened immediately. Little brat, are you trying to test my patience? He turned to Su Yao with a cold stare. Jiang Chen, what has gotten into you today? Su Yao shouted. Who gave you the courage to keep calling me little brat? If you call me that again, I'll skin you alive. Su Yao finally lost her temper. For the entire afternoon, she had been called little brat by Jiang Chen countless times. Even the calmest person would lose their temper, let alone Su Yao, who had been the school beauty at Xilan University, with pride and coldness deep in her bones. How could she tolerate being humiliated repeatedly by Jiang Chen? Su Yao, get out! Jiang Chen barked. I've changed my mind, I'm not taking you to dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as possible. Jiang Chen didn't care for her at all. He had been patient for 3 years. For 3 years, he had been completely submissive to Liu Ruyan, or rather, he had been lowly and servile. And what happened? He ended up losing everything. After breaking up with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen felt like he had been reborn. How could he fall into the same trap again? Though Su Yao was attractive, Jiang Chen only wanted to play around. He wasn't going to throw himself into the fire just for a gold digger. Jiang Chen, you dare shout at me? Tell me to get lost. You think just because you're introducing me to rich guys, I'm going to flatter you and bow down to you? Who do you think I am? Su Yao was clearly enraged. Su Yao, stop pretending to be high-minded. Who was the one who swore that she would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Jiang Chen sneered. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Su Yao's face turned from red to white, her lips trembling, as if she was looking for something to retort. But as soon as she glanced up, she saw Jiang Chen smoking. She immediately snapped, Jiang Chen, put that cigarette out right now. I hate the smell of smoke. I'm smoking. What is it to you? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yao before taking a long drag and blowing the smoke right into her face. Jiang Chen, are you trying to kill me? Su Yao covered her nose and mouth, glaring at him with disgust. Don't forget, this isn't your car, it's your rich friend's car. What if the ash falls and damages the interior? Can you afford to pay for it? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Sure. Without saying another word, he tossed a file containing the vehicle registration, purchase invoice, insurance policy, and other documents at Su Yao. Open your eyes and see who this car really belongs to. Jiang Chen said that, and without waiting for Su Yao to buckle up, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Roar! The Ferrari LaFerrari let out a wild roar, shooting out of the parking lot toward the exit. Chapter 6: Su Yao's Girlfriends. Boom boom boom. A bright red Ferrari LaFerrari was speeding along the road. Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, controlled the steering wheel with one hand and operated the central control screen with the other hand, seemingly opening the player and selecting a song. Soon, a soothing music came from the car stereo. Su Yao, sitting in the passenger seat, held a vehicle registration certificate in her hand. Her charming peach blossom eyes stared at the name and photo on the registration certificate, with a shocked expression on her face. Jiang Chen, is this car really yours? After a long time, Su Yao finally came back to her senses. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen without blinking, with an expression of shock and disbelief on her face. Isn't this nonsense? Is there someone else's name written on the driving license? Are the car purchase invoice, car purchase contract and insurance policy all fake? Jiang Chen, how did you get the money to buy a Ferrari La Ferrari? Heritage. She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and asked, Jiang Chen, aren't you an orphan? Where can I inherit the inheritance? I have a grandfather who did business overseas. He made a lot of money, but he got seriously ill and was dying. So, before he died, he sent someone back to his country to find me and left all his property to me. Jiang Chen made up a story at random. Anyway, Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, so it's impossible to tell whether it's real or fake. What's more, Su Yao only cares about money and is not very interested in the story itself. As expected. Su Yao immediately asked with shining eyes, Jiang Chen, how much inheritance did you inherit? Is this Ferrari La Ferrari also part of the inheritance? None of your business. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Hey! Brother Jiang Chen, just tell me. Su Yao gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look, and a flattering smile appeared on her delicate and charming face. It's no use calling me brother, you have to call me husband. Hubby, just tell me, I'm really curious. Su Yao, the once proud school beauty, is really willing to throw away her dignity for money. Not only did she move closer to Jiang Chen, but she also reached out and hugged his arm, gently shaking it a few times. She displayed the coquettish manner of a little woman to the fullest. Guess for yourself. Don't bother me while I'm driving. After Jiang Chen said this, he immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to pay any more attention to Su Yao. Seeing this scene, Su Yao couldn't help pouting, and let go of Jiang Chen's arm sullenly, while secretly cursing in her heart, stingy guy. However, not long after, Su Yao's mood became cheerful again. Because she carefully selected a few photos of herself taking with the Ferrari La Ferrari and posted them directly to her moments. At this moment, the number of likes and replies under her post has reached 99 plus. In addition, Su Yao also has a group of close friends. At this moment, this group of girlfriends has become excited, and everyone is tagging Su Yao. Swish! Su Yao ignored the comments in the circle of friends, and immediately opened the group of girlfriends. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao Yao, this is a Ferrari La Ferrari. When did you meet such a rich young man? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, have you found a boyfriend? Liu Li at Su Yao, Yao Yao, when will you bring your tall, rich and handsome boyfriend out to meet the sisters? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Yao Yao, you are wearing such sexy clothes today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend later? Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao Yao, when did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know anything about it? That's right. Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan is also in this group of close friends. Perhaps feeling a little guilty, Su Yao almost subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen beside her when she saw the message Liu Ruyan sent in the group. Tatat. I saw her holding her phone, quickly editing a message and sending it to her girlfriend's group. Su Yao at everyone, today is my first date with him. After a while, I will bring him out for everyone to meet. I have to say that although Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, she is still a little scheming. She did not expose Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen is Liu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, and almost everyone in this group of close friends knows Jiang Chen. She knows better than anyone what kind of people Su Yao's girlfriends are. If everyone knew that Jiang Chen inherited a large fortune, these girlfriends would definitely have evil thoughts. By then, wouldn't they have added a large group of competitors for no reason? In addition, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan is also in this group. As the saying goes, if the ex looks back, the current one will lose. Based on Su Yao's understanding of Liu Ruyan, if Liu Ruyan knew that Jiang Chen was rich now, she would definitely regret it and would definitely want to get back together with Jiang Chen. No. Jiang Chen can only belong to me. Even if Liu Ruyan is my best friend, I can't let Jiang Chen go. Tatat. Su Yao continued to hold her phone and chat happily with everyone in the girlfriends group, but she refused to reveal any information about Jiang Chen. At the same time, Su Yao couldn't help but guess in her heart. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen inherit? The sports car alone is worth 22.5 million. So the inheritance he inherited must be at least over 100 million, right? Or maybe 1 billion? 10 billion? 100 billion? Hiss. A billionaire at only 25 years old. This is the Prince Charming in many women's minds. Nothing more to say. I'm determined to hold on to Jiang Chen. Humph. Chapter 7, Post to Moments. 6 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Jiang Chen had just gotten out of the car when a woman in hotel uniform came up to him. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, with a pretty face but a rather plump figure. She has a classic oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Her hair is gently tied up at the back of her head, and she exudes a charming feminine charm in her capableness. Maybe her appearance is not as stunning as Su Yao's, but she is definitely a beautiful woman who is worth looking at, especially the charm of a mature woman, which is something that women of Su Yao's age do not have. She was wearing a black mid-sleeved women's suit on the upper body and a hip skirt of the same color on the lower body. Her plump legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of patent leather high heels on her feet. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian gave a professional smile to Jiang Chen, who had just got off the car, and extended a hand. Hello, Butler Bai. Jiang Chen casually shook hands with Bai Qianqian, and felt that her palm was slightly cool, tender, and soft, as if it had no bones. Just at this moment, Su Yao walked to Jiang Chen's side. This woman not only held Jiang Chen's arm, but also looked at Bai Qianqian with a vigilant look. Bai Qianqian ignored Su Yao's gaze and continued to smile and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We have arranged a booth with a great view for you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Okay, then I'll trouble Butler Bai to lead the way. You're welcome. This is my duty. Bai Qianqian turned around and began to lead the way. Bai Qianqian is definitely a diligent housekeeper. In the elevator, she kept introducing the functions of each floor of the hotel to Jiang Chen, such as gym, indoor swimming pool, chess and card room, KTV, SPA health center, billiard room. Until this moment, Su Yao only then realized that Jiang Chen had booked a presidential suite in this hotel, and he had booked it for 7 days in one go. The presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel costs 88,888 yuan for one night, so a 7-day stay will cost more than 600,000 yuan. Thinking that Jiang Chen spent more than 600,000 just to stay in a hotel for a few days, Su Yao was shocked and felt a pang of pain in her heart. What a prodigal son. This is more than 600,000 Dragon Country coins. You can buy a low-end version of Porsche 718. If you have money and don't know where to spend it, you can give it to me. Soon. Under the guidance of Bai Qianqian, Jiang Chen and Su Yao came to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. After Jiang Chen took the menu, he ordered the most expensive king crab, Australian lobster, geoduck, and an unknown large conch. Finally, Jiang Chen also checked a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 Dragon Country coins on the wine page. The main point is, don't want the best, just the most expensive. Crack. 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 After all the dishes were served, Su Yao immediately took out her mobile phone and took pictures of the dishes frantically. Especially that bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. From opening the bottle, to decanting, then pouring into a red wine glass, and finally picking up the wine glass and tasting it slowly. Su Yao did not miss any step and took dozens of photos frantically to prove that she had indeed drunk this bottle of red wine. Next, Su Yao carefully selected a few photos, posted them on WeChat Moments, and added a melodramatic caption. There is meat on the table, wine in the cup, the moon in the sky, and he is beside me. As soon as this circle of friends was sent out, Su Yao's WeChat exploded again. Especially Su Yao's girlfriends group, the group of girlfriends who had tagged her crazily in the afternoon, all jumped out at this moment. You Lily at Su Yao, damn. This is a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Yao Yao, did you really hook up with the super rich second generation? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, are you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Dynasty International Hotel? Liu Li at Su Yao, I have never eaten such a sumptuous meal. Yao Yao, when will you take me with you? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Yao Yao, I want to have a big meal too, take me along too. Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao Yao, did you really find a rich second-generation boyfriend? Looking at the various inquiry messages sent by her besties, Su Yao's face blossomed into a bright smile, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Su Yao at everyone, sisters, when my brother is free someday, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. As soon as Su Yao sent this message to the group, her girlfriends immediately started to make a fuss. Someone asked Su Yao to expose the photo of this super rich brother directly to her girlfriend's group so that everyone can witness his style. Some people also reminded Su Yao that there are too many scammers these days, and asked her to be careful and not be deceived by others. Some people also suggested that they should find Su Yao and check it in person. And the person who proposed to check Su Yao was Liu Ruyan. When Su Yao heard that Liu Ruyan was coming to see her, she was so scared that she quickly replied with a message. Su Yao at Liu Ruyan, Ruyan, this is my first date with him, please don't ruin my date. Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, you think too much. How could I possibly ruin your good fortune? I was just worried that you were being cheated, so I wanted to help you check. Su Yao, oh. Don't worry, he is definitely not a liar. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, there are too many liars these days, and they are too good at disguising themselves. How do you know he is not a liar? Seeing the message sent by Liu Ruyan, Su Yao suddenly became anxious. If Liu Ruyan found out that this rich brother was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knows what would happen? No. Before Jiang Chen is dealt with, Liu Ruyan must not be allowed to know that Jiang Chen is this super rich brother. Tatat. Su Yao didn't even have time to eat, and immediately replied quickly with her phone in hand. Su Yao, the Ferrari's vehicle registration, the purchase invoice, and the insurance policy all have his name and ID number written on them. Su Yao, he paid 300,000 yuan for the bottle of Lafite wine he ordered just now with a credit card. Su Yao, he has booked a presidential suite at the Dynasty International Hotel for 7 days and has paid more than 600,000 in advance. Su Yao, the most important thing is that I have known him for almost 7 years and I know his character very well. He is definitely not a liar. After this series of messages were sent out, Su Yao's girlfriend's group suddenly became quiet. But after a brief silence, the group of girlfriends immediately became noisy again. You Lily, wow. Yao Yao, you actually have such a super rich second generation by your side, why didn't you tell us before? Lin Qingxue, Yao Yao, you covered it really tightly. Liu Li, Yao Yao, you have remained single since college. Are you waiting for this super rich brother? Tang Ru, Yao Yao, come on. You must take down the rich brother. Remember to treat us to a big meal when the time comes. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, how come I didn't know that you have a super rich brother whom I've known for 7 years? Chapter 8 Liu Ruyan's Suspicion. Night. Wells Weston Restaurant. Liu Ruyan and Yang Fan sat at a window seat. On the table in front of the two of them were 2 medium rare black pepper steaks and a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan. Liu Ruyan looked at the ordinary steak and ordinary red wine on the table, and then looked at the photos that Su Yao showed off in the girlfriend's group. At this moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt bored. Women all have a competitive spirit. Although Liu Ruyan and Su Yao are good friends, deep down in their hearts, they both subconsciously compare themselves with each other. Su Yao was named the campus belle of Shilan University, but Liu Ruyan was never convinced. She thought that she was no less pretty than Su Yao, so why would everyone choose Su Yao as the school belle instead of her? Is it just because Su Yao's breasts are a little bigger than hers? Men are so superficial. Now, Liu Ruyan and her Bai Yueguang are back together again, and Bai Yueguang is a returnee who has joined a large company as a senior executive with a starting monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. His future is limitless. This is something worth showing off. But Liu Ruyan never expected that Su Yao, who had remained single for many years, would find an even more dazzling and wealthy brother in the blink of an eye. That super rich brother not only drove a sports car worth 22.5 million, but also took Su Yao to a big dinner, stayed in the presidential suite, and even opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000. There is no harm without comparison. Liu Ruyan felt that she was once again outshined by Su Yao, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. Jealousy can easily make people lose their minds. On impulse, Liu Ruyan sent a WeChat message to Su Yao. She really wanted to see who this rich brother was. She even had a little plan in mind that with her looks, she might be able to snatch this rich brother away from Su Yao. However, Su Yao was obviously on guard against Liu Ruyan, and rejected her kind help to check out of the blue. After being rejected, Liu Ruyan could not find any other excuses and finally could only choose to remain silent. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? At this moment, Yang Fan's voice suddenly floated over from across the dining table. Swish! Liu Ruyan raised her head and looked at Bai Qianqian, who was sitting opposite her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that Yang Fan was not as handsome as she had imagined. If we only talk about height and appearance, Yang Fan is actually far inferior to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was the recognized school idol of Shilan University back then. Yang Fan is just better off than Jiang Chen financially. He usually dresses well, eats well, and looks good, which naturally gives people a very handsome feeling. Nothing, Su Yao just posted a bunch of photos in the girlfriends group. She seems to have found a boyfriend. Liu Ruyan shook her head, getting rid of the random thoughts in her mind, and continued to hold her phone, enlarging the photos that Su Yao had just sent one by one. Is the campus beauty of Su Yao University looking for a boyfriend? Who is he? Is he handsome? Is he financially sound? What surprised Liu Ruyan a little was that Yang Fan seemed to be very interested in Su Yao's emotional state. Har, her boyfriend is a super rich guy. The other party drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, stayed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and took Su Yao to eat at the Dynasty Revolving Restaurant. The red wine they drank was 300,000 yuan a bottle. Liu Ruyan was talking when she suddenly stopped. Her eyes suddenly widened and her finger stopped on an enlarged photo, as if she had discovered something incredible. In the photo, there is a couple booth. The table was filled with delicacies from land and sea, and next to it was a bottle of Lafite worth 300,000 yuan. None of this is the point. The point is that when Su Yao took this photo, she also took the photo of the super rich brother sitting opposite her. Although this rich brother did not show his face, the photo only captured half of his body. But the casual shirt the other person was wearing made Liu Ruyan feel very familiar with it. Etc. Jiang Chen seems to have an identical shirt. Could it be that this rich brother is actually impossible? Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How could he be the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned? It must be a coincidence. Shilan City is so big and has such a large population that things like wearing the same clothes happen every day. So, Jiang Chen must have been wearing the same clothes as this super rich brother. Ruyan, since Su Yao has found a boyfriend, and you and Su Yao are good friends, how about I host you some other day, and you invite Su Yao and her boyfriend out, and we can all have a meal and get together? Yang Fan picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip of the 3,000 yuan red wine very elegantly, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Okay, I'll send a WeChat message to Yao Yao right away. Liu Ruyan nodded. Yang Fan's suggestion helped her find an excuse to meet the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned openly. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, Yang Fan and I have discussed this and would like to invite you and your boyfriend to have a meal together. You wouldn't even give me this little courtesy, would you? After this WeChat message was sent, Su Yao replied almost immediately. Su Yao, Ruyan, I'm really sorry, my brother has been very busy these past 2 days. He has a lot of things to deal with in the company, and he is also busy signing a contract worth tens of billions. He really can't spare the time. Su Yao, this little brat, can lie without blushing or breathing hard. Signing a contract worth tens of billions. She really dares to brag. But in Su Yao's opinion, Jiang Chen inherited a large sum of money. A sports car alone was worth 22.5 million, so the inheritance must have exceeded 10 billion. Isn't inheriting a legacy worth tens of billions equivalent to signing a contract worth tens of billions? So, she thought that she was not lying, but just changing the concept. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, when is your boyfriend free? Su Yao, I don't know either. After all, my brother manages a large listed company with tens of thousands of employees, all of whom rely on him for their livelihood. Su Yao, I can't ask him about his work because he promised me that he would be responsible for making money to support the family and I just need to be beautiful. Su Yao, oh. I won't say anymore. My brother wants to eat shrimps. I want to peel them myself and feed them to him. Emoji, shy. Seeing these WeChat messages, Liu Ruyan almost vomited blood. Yao Yao, you little cousin. You are showing off your affection in front of me. Eat, eat. You'll die of stuffing, you little bitch. I wish you and your super rich brother, who are allergic to seafood, will depend on each other for life and death. Swish. Liu Ruyan angrily closed the chat box with Su Yao, then clicked into the girlfriends group, opened a photo at random, and enlarged it again to view it. However, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. In this photo, the rich brother sitting opposite Su Yao actually showed one hand, and on his wrist was a bracelet with golden letters strung on a red rope. Liu Ruyan clearly saw that the two golden letters were J and C. Jiang Chen also has an identical bracelet. Liu Ruyan remembered that when Jiang Chen celebrated his birthday last year, he suddenly went to the temple and asked for a red rope. Perhaps because he felt that a red rope was too monotonous, Jiang Chen bought two golden letters online. JC are exactly the first letters of Jiang Chen's name. No way. Isn't it such a coincidence? If clothes can be the same, can bracelets also be the same? Besides, Su Yao said that she had known this super rich brother for 7 years and knew his character very well. Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen and Su Yao have been college classmates for 4 years. After graduation, the three of them remained neighbors for another 3 years. If you calculate it this way, the total time is exactly 7 years. Hiss. Could it be that the rich brother Su Yao mentioned is Jiang Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just an orphan without a father or a mother. When he was in college, he relied on working part-time to complete his studies. After graduation, he took a job as a delivery man. How could he be the rich brother? How could he afford to drive a sports car worth 22.5 million, stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and drink red wine worth 300,000 a bottle? In short, this super rich brother definitely cannot be Jiang Chen. There must be someone else. Chapter 9. Did you find a treasure? No. You are in trouble. 9 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant. After Jiang Chen paid the bill with his credit card, he found out that this meal cost him a full 500,000 yuan. But, seeing that Su Yao's eyes were already a little drunk, her face was flushed, and her steps began to become erratic. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt it very necessary to get the 500,000 back from Su Yao. Swish. As soon as she entered the elevator, Su Yao leaned into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen, I seem to be drunk, can you take me home? As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen immediately understood that she was pretending to be drunk. Since you are drunk, I will take you back to your room to rest. Jiang Chen doesn't care what Su Yao thinks. Ride in my sports car, eat my seafood dinner, and drink my Lafite red wine. I don't know, can I swim in the bathtub in the presidential suite? Mr. Jiang, Ms. Su, welcome home. Jiang Chen hugged Su Yao and just arrived at the door of the presidential suite. He saw the housekeeper Bai Qianqian who had been waiting for a long time. Crack. Bai Qianqian opened the door, led Jiang Chen and Su Yao in, and then introduced the layout of the presidential suite to them. In the living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are eye-catching. Standing in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, you can have a panoramic view of all the nearby buildings, giving you a feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the mountains. In addition, the decoration of the living room is also quite luxurious, with several exaggerated sofas, which almost put the word luxury directly on it. On the left side of the living room is the presidential bedroom, and on the right side is the first lady's bedroom. Both bedrooms have their own bathroom and dressing room. Outside the presidential bedroom, there is a huge open-air balcony with lounge chairs, parasols, hanging swings, etc. But Bai Qianqian is a very perceptive woman. She suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that Jiang Chen was hugging Su Yao affectionately, so she immediately stopped the introduction and hurried out of the presidential suite. This time, no one came to disturb Jiang Chen and Su Yao anymore. Swish. An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh. Su Yao lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. How could you be? Jiang Chen sighed softly, reached out to lift the quilt and took a look. A bright red plum blossom mark suddenly appeared on their white sheets. Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped crying immediately. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Chen's profile, saying fiercely, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? How can I not be? Silence, no words. Jiang Chen trembled his lips and didn't know what to say for a long time. He never expected that a 24K pure gold digger like Su Yao would still be around. This is a bit troublesome. Not very easy to handle. Headache. Jiang Chen, don't you want to admit it? At this moment, Su Yao's voice floated over again, and Jiang Chen suddenly felt his head getting bigger. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his mobile phone, gritted his teeth and said to Su Yao, Little Splash, just name a price, how much do you want? What? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately became furious. She stared at Jiang Chen angrily and said, Jiang Chen, who do you think I am? A gold digger. You took away my most important thing, and now you just want to pay me some money and let it go. Are you still a man? Do you still have any sense of responsibility as a man? Listening to Su Yao's babble of abuse and looking at her increasingly agitated emotions, Jiang Chen's eyelids could not help but tremble slightly, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Stop pretending, you're not tired, but I'm annoyed. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned for a moment, and then she became even more excited. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today. Before Su Yao could finish her words, Jiang Chen hugged her, stretched out his hand, and slapped her 3 times. Snap! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, Su Yao was frightened and shut her mouth. But she huddled in Jiang Chen's arms, trembling, frowning, tears in her eyes, and an expression of grievance on her face. What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? Seeing that Su Yao had calmed down, Jiang Chen communicated with her calmly. I want you to marry me. Su Yao didn't even think about it and immediately made an excessive request. No. Jiang Chen rejected her request without even thinking about it. Why? Because I never planned to get married in my life. You. Except for this request, I can agree to everything else. Silence, no words. The room suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just raised his head slightly, as if staring at the ceiling above his head in a daze. Su Yao continued to shrink in Jiang Chen's arms, but her eyes kept rolling around, as if she was planning something. After a moment, Su Yao suddenly asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, you don't want to marry me because you still have Liu Ruyan in your heart. He. Jiang Chen sneered and said, I have a serious mental obsession with cleanliness. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has been turned back to. I will never touch a dirty woman again. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. She suddenly hugged Jiang Chen and said lovingly, Jiang Chen, I'm not Liu Ruyan. I won't be fickle, and I won't be fickle. Since you are my first man, I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Su Yao deliberately used a gentle voice and a pitiful look to seduce Jiang Chen, as if she was determined to marry Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen won tea by it now. He thought for a moment and said, Little man, I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, you can be my girlfriend, and I will support you in the future. As long as you are good, I can try my best to meet all your material needs. But let me be frank with you, you will definitely not be my only girlfriend. Second, I will give you a large sum of money at once as compensation to you. From now on, we will no longer be friends and owe each other nothing. Choose one of the 2. There is no third choice. Choose for yourself. Chapter 10 I Want to Be Big. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The city lights and starlight complement each other, creating a dreamy night scene. Inside the presidential suite, Su Yao's sobbing continued. But she cried for a long time, her eyes were almost swollen from crying, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent, as if he was determined not to pay any attention to her. Jiang Chen, you are a scumbag. Perhaps because she saw that this trick didn't work on Jiang Chen, Su Yao simply stopped pretending and glared at Jiang Chen angrily. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been tortured to death by her hundreds of times by now. You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your good friend Liu Ruyan. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "It was she who made me realize that love is the cheapest thing and sincerity is worthless. Besides, there is no emotional foundation between us. You want my money, I want your sex, we each get what we want, it's just a deal. Even if I give you a marriage contract, as long as I am not willing to spend money on you, you can't get any benefit from me. On the contrary, if you become my lover or girlfriend, and are well behaved and obedient, and don't make me angry, then I can spend as much money as I want on you." Money. Do you want it? You don't want it, there are a lot of women waiting in line outside who want it. Quiet. The room was quiet. Although Jiang Chen's long speech was full of twisted ideas, it silenced Su Yao. Su Yao was seen biting her lips tightly, her long eyelashes were trembling, and her face was full of complicated expressions. Half a day later, Su Yao suddenly sighed and said with resentment, "Jiang Chen, since I gave you my first time, can you agree to my 2 requests?" "What's your request? Tell me first." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yao with a smile. "First, if you regret it someday and want to find a woman to marry, have children, and start a family, you can't marry any other woman, you can only marry me. In other words, I want to be your only candidate for wife." Phew. When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Wife candidate. Is it still possible to play like this? What on earth is going on in the little guy's head? But Jiang Chen was just stunned for a moment, then he stroked his chin and said, "If that day ever comes, I will consider you." "I don't want you to consider it, I want you to agree." Su Yao raised her eyebrows, glared, and showed a fierce expression again, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. "Okay, I can agree to your request." Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Su Yao's face finally broke into a bright smile. "Next." Su Yao stroked her hair and said seriously, "Second, I want to be your real girlfriend. No matter how many women you have outside in the future, they can only be considered mistresses. As long as I am alive, they will always be my concubines." Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He felt that his thinking seemed to be completely unable to keep up with Su Yao's pace. "Do you think this is a palace fighting drama? As long as I am alive, you will always be my concubines? Do you really think of yourself as the queen?" But the 2 requests raised by Su Yao seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen at all. First of all, Jiang Chen would never get married, so Su Yao had no chance to marry Jiang Chen. Then, whether the girlfriend is the legitimate one or a mistress, maybe this is very important to Su Yao, but it is not important at all to Jiang Chen. "Okay, I can agree to both of your requests." Jiang Chen nodded, and then added, "However, I also want to make a request to you." "What do you want?" Su Yao blinked and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. "Loyalty." Jiang Chen slowly uttered these 2 words, then narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Little man, if you betray me one day, I will not give you any chance, I will kill you with my own hands." Well. Su Yao was immediately startled, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Just now, she clearly saw a flash of cold murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. That's right. It's murderous intent. She had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Chen's words. There seemed to be a voice in her heart constantly warning her not to test Jiang Chen's bottom line. If you really betray Jiang Chen will definitely kill you without hesitation. Husband tilde. Su Yao suddenly used the clip sound. She hugged Jiang Chen coquettishly, with a weak and pitiful expression on her face. "I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Don't worry, I will never betray you. Har har, remember what you said tonight." Jiang Chen nodded with a fake smile, then rolled out of bed and walked straight towards the bathroom. Chapter 11, Posting to Moments at Midnight. Midnight. Inside the presidential suite. Jiang Chen stroked Su Yao's hair, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then gently pulled his arm out from under her neck. Perhaps it was because he slept for 6 hours during the day, or perhaps it was because the genetic medicine completely transformed his body, but at this moment Jiang Chen was very energetic and not sleepy at all. Swish. Jiang Chen was stunned for a while, then he picked up the phone thrown on the bedside table and opened WeChat Moments out of boredom. Tat. Jiang Chen casually flipped through the WeChat Moments and found that Su Yao had posted a lot of updates. First, Su Yao is showing off the appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Second, Su Yao is showing off the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third one is Su Yao's seafood dinner at the Zhuanhuancha revolving restaurant. In the fourth post, Su Yao showed off a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan, and wrote, "There is meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon is in the sky, and he is beside me." Article 5, Su Yao is in the presidential suite of Zhuanhuancha Hotel. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Little Jianren is so vain. She wanted to tell the world about her date with Jiang Chen last night, and even wanted to label herself as the girlfriend of a super rich man. But Su Yao was obviously a little cautious when posting these photos, and Jiang Chen's face was not shown in any of the photos. Maybe he was worried about making Jiang Chen angry. After all, she sent out photos of Jiang Chen without his permission. What if this behavior angered Jiang Chen? How could she get the support of this rich brother in the future? Suddenly, a new update in Jiang Chen's circle of friends caught his attention. It was sent by Liu Ruyan. The picture shows a man and a woman lying on the bed in a hotel, leaning against each other tightly, both of them showing a tired but sweet smile. That's right. These two people are Yang Fan and Liu Ruyan. In addition, the post reads, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can live happily for the rest of our lives." Even though it's 1 o'clock in the morning. However, a lot of comments soon appeared under this post on WeChat Moments. "You Lily, Ruyan, why are you together with Yang Fan? Lin Qingxue, Ruyan, you broke up with Jiang Chen. Liu Li, Ruyan, I heard a while ago that you and Jiang Chen were planning to get married. How come in the blink of an eye, you are now dating Yang Fan again? Tang Ru, oh my god. What happened? What is the situation now?" Liu Ruyan, unified reply, "Thank you for your concern. I have broken up with Jiang Chen. Yang Fan is my boyfriend now. I hope everyone can bless us. He. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Liu Ruyan had just broken up with him in the morning, but she couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed in the evening, and even posted a WeChat Moments message in the middle of the night to make an official announcement. This is Nima. The seamless connection technology is so powerful. The beer is awesome. Jiang Chen did not comment on Liu Ruyan's post. He just put down his phone and opened the main page of the lottery system with his mind. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. According to the rules of the lottery system, once midnight passes every day, the 3 lottery opportunities for the next day will be refreshed immediately. It is already around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Chen naturally got 3 new chances to draw the lottery. Looking at the lucky wheel in sight, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, there was a slight click sound, and the pointer stopped steadily in an area with a cartoon gold coin painted on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa. Swish! A file bag suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. There was actually a red property certificate inside. Jiang Chen took out the property certificate and flipped it open. His name and the specific address of the villa appeared on it: Villa number 1, Fengwang Villa, Yuhu District, Shilan City. Oh shit! It turned out to be a villa in Phoenix Villa. Phoenix Villa is a famous wealthy residential area in Shilan City. It is rumored that the lowest priced villa there is worth more than 100 million yuan. What's more, Jiang Chen drew villa number 1, which is the king of villas in Phoenix Villa, and its value has increased several times. Nothing more to say. Brother Tonzi, please accept my greeting. You are awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw the file bag aside, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. The pointer on the turntable began to move again. 3 seconds later, the pointer turned a big circle, slowly passed through the gold coin area, and finally stopped steadily in the card area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining a dog-licking card. Swish! A card suddenly popped up on the turntable. There seemed to be a pug holding a meat bone on it. Then, the card was put into the system inventory. What is this? Dog-licking card? What is the use of this thing? Jiang Chen quickly used his mind to open the system inventory and soon found the card in his backpack. Dog licking card. After using this card, you can get a random 100 times rebate by actively giving money, transferring money or spending to a woman. Note, this card can only be used once. Oh shit. Is this called a dog licking card? Brother Tonesy, do you have any misunderstanding about the word dog licker? A dog licker is someone who gives without any reward. With this card, you can randomly get 100 times the rebate by spending money on women. How can it be called a bootlicker card? Brother Tonesy, you. It's such an insult to the dogs. Bang. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately woke Su Yao up. What's wrong? What happened? Is there a thief in the house? Su Yao, who was attacked, immediately woke up from her sleep. I saw her opening a pair of sleepy eyes, and she sat up from the bed with a whoosh, her face full of nervous expression. Little Splash, what's your card number? Hurry up and tell me your card number. I'm going to transfer some pocket money to you. What? Money, do you want it? Want? Looking at Su Yao, who looked confused but nodded subconsciously, Jiang Chen thought about it and did not use the dog licking card on the spot. Swish. Jiang Chen turned on the front camera of his phone, then hugged Su Yao in his arms and said, "Little guy, take a few photos with me first. I want to post it on WeChat Moments for the official announcement." Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across her face. Jiang Chen is going to make an official announcement on WeChat Moments. Jiang Chen is going to openly announce that he and I are in a relationship. Very good. Without any hesitation, Su Yao immediately hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and then cooperated with him to take more than a dozen intimate photos in one breath. Tatat. Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, with a caption, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can live happily for the rest of our lives." That's right. Jiang Chen's copywriting and Liu Ruyan's copywriting are exactly the same, word for word. Liu Ruyan even posted the bed photos on her Moments, without considering the feelings of her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen at all. It can be said that she was deliberately trampling on Jiang Chen's dignity. So, how could Jiang Chen tolerate this? Damn. Liu Ruyan, you are such a jerk. Do you think you are the only one who posts on your Moments and I don't know how to post? Look at Su Yao, the campus belle of Shilan University. Her face is prettier than yours, her body is hotter than yours, and she is still a virgin. How can you compare to her? Without you, I will live a more carefree life. Chapter 12, Dog Card and Skill Book. Swish. After Jiang Chen posted that circle of friends, he immediately exited WeChat and opened the mobile banking app. I checked the balance of my bank card and there was still 8,878,304.48 yuan left. Use the liquor card. Jiang Chen just muttered to himself, and the next second, the dog card, stored in the system inventory turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ding! The host successfully used a dog licking card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time dog licking buff. A small buff icon suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of Jiang Chen's vision. He just moved his eyes to the icon, and a line of introduction immediately popped up in front of him. Suck up one time, give money, transfer money or spend money on women, and you can get a random rebate of 100. Tatat. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately transferred 8,878,300 yuan to Su Yao's bank card. The reason why I left for 0.48 yuan and did not transfer all the money was because I was worried that the balance in my bank card would be insufficient, which would lead to the failure of the transfer. In short, it is better to be safe than sorry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the licking dog buff and getting 66 times the rebate. Just when Jiang Chen completed the transfer, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Oh my god! 66 times rebate. Doesn't it mean that I just transferred more than 8.8 million to Su Yao, and in the blink of an eye I can get more than 500 million in return? Ding ding! Jiang Chen was still in a daze when his phone vibrated slightly, and he received a transfer message from the bank. Longhua Bank, your account with the last number 5418 completed the transfer transaction of Xiaogua currency 585,967,800.00 at 1:30 on July 8, and the balance is 585,967,804.48. Oh shit. More than 580 million was deposited into the account in seconds. Brother Tongzi is so awesome. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Oh my god. More than 8 million. Husband, why did you transfer so much money to me? Su Yao seemed to have received the bank's transfer message. She held her phone and counted 3 times. Soon, an expression of astonishment and ecstasy appeared on her face. Would. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Su Yao rushed over, hugged him, and kissed him hard on the face. Okay, isn't it just over 8 million? Look at you, you're so ignorant. Next time you go out with me, don't embarrass me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, reached out and pushed Su Yao away, then turned over and got out of bed, putting on a silk pajamas from the hotel. Hubby, where are you going? I'm going to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. You can continue to sleep. Don't worry about me. Oh, then I'll wait for you to come back. Why are you waiting for me to come back? Honey, I want to hold you and sleep together. On the balcony. Jiang Chen lay down on the recliner, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 2 draws have already been held, and Jiang Chen still has 1 chance left today, so he plans to use it up. Swish. He clicked on the main page of the lottery system again, and looking at the lucky wheel in his field of vision, Jiang Chen's mouth corners also curled up into a beautiful arc. Brother Tongzi, give me a big prize. Jiang Chen took a deep puff of his cigarette, then concentrated his mind and clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer on the turntable started to move rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's nervous gaze, the pointer made a big circle and slowed down, then passed through the gold coin area and slowly ran towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey! There's hope. Judging from the situation, I can at least draw a reward above bottle. Swish, swish, swish. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer first passed through the card area, then slowly passed through the bottle area, and finally moved little by little in the book area. It looks like the pointer is heading towards the last area. Come on. Just a little further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. But after the pointer slowly moved for a distance, it seemed to suddenly lose power, and finally stopped in the books area with a click. That's right. The pointer stopped at the edge of the books area, just a little bit away from the final area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining a skill book. At this moment, a book jumped out of the lucky wheel. It was a bit like the martial arts secrets in martial arts movies, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically collected into the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Strong curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to open the inventory impatiently. Soon, he saw this mysterious skill book in his backpack. Combat Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, you can automatically comprehend and master various combat skills, making you a master-level fighter in an instant. Oh shit! Is this the reward for the books area? A skill book that can be learned in one go. Brother Tongzi, you are so awesome. Jiang Chen suddenly clenched his fists, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his face was full of excitement. As a man who hasn't dreamed of being a martial arts hero when he was young. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the prosperity of the world. The heart of a young man is always a little frivolous. Now I regard the world as my home. Brother Tongzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used this skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, a strange memory that was no less familiar than Jiang Chen's suddenly flooded into his mind. Fighting is a combat sport that aims to defeat or subdue an opponent. It is derived from martial arts. Fighting is a violent aesthetic that combines strength, wisdom, technology, and endurance. Fighting can basically be divided into boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, traditional martial arts confrontation and grappling fighting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it seemed as if only a moment had passed. When Jiang Chen completely digested this memory, his eyes changed drastically. Become extra sharp. Even, two cold rays that seemed to be real were shot out. This feeling is just like the peerless masters in the movies, who can make the enemy tremble with fear and their legs go weak with just a glance. Click. 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 Jiang Chen casually clenched his fist, and his finger bones immediately made several crisp sounds. Who? Who? He casually threw two punches into the air, and the loud bangs made by his fists breaking through the air scared Jiang Chen himself. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up, stretch his muscles, and practice a set of boxing techniques on the balcony for fun, suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps behind me. Then, a fragrant breeze blew over. Chapter 13, 7 Fairies of Shilan University. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt itchy on his face, as if there were ants crawling on it. Swish! Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and scratched his face, then turned over and continued to sleep. However, not long after, I felt an itchy sensation on my face again. Jiang Chen opened his hazy eyes, but he didn't expect that the first thing that caught his eyes was a charming and enchanting face. Su Yao! She had a smile on her face, pinching a strand of her hair in her hand, and then tickling Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps it was because she saw Jiang Chen opened his eyes that Su Yao finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you doing? Yawn tilde tilde tilde. Jiang Chen yawned loudly, glared at Su Yao in dissatisfaction, then closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Honey, I'm hungry. Call butler Bai and ask her to bring breakfast to your room. Hubby, get up and have breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen is very grumpy when he wakes up. He hates it most when others disturb his sleep, and he also hates it most when others pull him out of bed when he is sleeping soundly. When Su Yao saw Jiang Chen lose his temper, she was so frightened that she dared not make a sound and did not dare to disturb him anymore. Time passes by every second. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but he was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone gently shaking his arm twice. Husband, husband. The sound of Su Yao's clappers came to his ears again, and Jiang Chen was immediately annoyed. Just when Jiang Chen was about to start cursing, Su Yao's voice floated over again. Husband, my group of girlfriends insisted on asking me out shopping today. But people don't want to squeeze into the subway or the bus. Dear husband, can you lend me your car? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and immediately saw Su Yao, who was already dressed neatly and had delicate makeup on her face. Your group of girlfriends. The 7 Fairies of Shilan University. A group of beautiful women instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Su Yao was named the campus beauty of Shilan University that year. But at that time, in addition to Su Yao, there were 6 other beautiful women with outstanding looks who were all on the candidate list for the school bell. Because Su Yao had a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which gave her a soft and charming feeling, she finally defeated the other 6 beauties with a slight advantage in votes and became the campus belle of Shilan University. However, I don't know which board LSP gave these 7 beauties a resounding nickname, the 7 Fairies of Shilan University. Since then, Su Yao's reputation as the school belle has become somewhat weaker, while the reputation of the 7 fairies has become more and more famous. That's right. There are only 7 people in Su Yao's group of close friends, and they are the 7 fairies who were famous in Shilan University back then. None of this is the point. The point is, thanks to Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen has the WeChat accounts of every one of the 7 fairies of Shilan University. Little guy, if I bring all the 7 fairies of Shilan University, except Liu Ruyan, home to be my little followers, what do you think Liu Ruyan's expression will be? When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned. She stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open in shock. Her lips trembled several times, but she couldn't utter a word. What's wrong? What's that expression on your face? Jiang Chen stretched out his body, then lay sideways on the bed, looking at Su Yao, who was standing beside the bed with interest. Honey, are you kidding me? Su Yao's face looked a little ugly, her voice trembled a little, and there seemed to be a sense of grievance in her tone. Little Splash, I'm giving you a task now. Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed, and then said to Su Yao seriously, I want you to do whatever it takes, try every possible means, to get all your girlfriends to come over, surround me and hang out with me, and be my little follower. Su Yao was stunned. She bit her lips tightly, her face gradually turned red, and 2 flames of anger shot out of her beautiful eyes, as if she was on the verge of exploding. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her freeze again. If you succeed in getting one, I'll give you 10 million. If you get all 5, I will not only give you 50 million, but I can also give you the Ferrari La Ferrari. I'm just asking you if you'll do this deal. Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. Su Yao stood there blankly, with a shocked expression on her face, as if she was frightened by the price Jiang Chen offered. Half a day later, Su Yao suddenly pursed her lips and asked cautiously, "Husband, are you kidding me?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, "Do you think I'm joking?" Su Yao, if I succeed in one, will you give me 10 million? Jiang Chen, yeah. Su Yao, if I catch them all, will you give me 50 million and a Ferrari La Ferrari? Jiang Chen, yeah. Hubby, just wait for my good news. Yao Yao will definitely not let you down. Come on, little splash. I'm rooting for you. Honey, then I drove the Ferrari La Ferrari away. Well, go ahead. Su Yao went out happily. Jiang Chen lay back on the bed, ready to take a nap. When Jiang Chen thought of Su Yao's greedy look, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. What's wrong with being a gold digger? As long as her material needs are met, she will be obedient to you and her emotional value will be maximized. Although Liu Ruyan is also a gold digger, she is dirty. Jiang Chen has severe misophobia. You can be materialistic, vain, gossipy, and willful, but you must be clean. Once it's dirty, Jiang Chen will never touch you even if you are fairy in the sky. Ding ling ling. Not long after Jiang Chen lay down, his cell phone rang urgently, interrupting his sweet dream. Damn. Which bastard? Don't you know that disturbing other people's sleep is an immoral behavior? Swish. Jiang Chen stretched one hand out from under the quilt, fumbled on the bedside table, and took out the phone. Caller ID, Liu Ruyan. When Jiang Chen saw his ex-girlfriend's name, his eyelids twitched slightly and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hello. As soon as Jiang Chen answered the phone, Liu Ruyan's angry voice came from the other end. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Let me ask you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Liu Ruyan, are you mentally ill? Who I am with is none of your business. Jiang Chen, how dare you yell at me? Who gave you the courage? Let me ask you, did you go to the hotel with Su Yao to get a room last night? Liu Ruyan, you are really sick. We have already broken up, who I go to the hotel with is none of your business. Jiang Chen. Bang. Jiang Chen decisively hung up the phone, then blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan's phone number, and then blocked and deleted her WeChat as well. It seems that it is not appropriate. Jiang Chen thought about it, then blocked and deleted all of Liu Ruyan's contact information. He even changed the login password of the iQIYI app membership account. Now that we have broken up, we must break up cleanly. Procrastination and indecision are not Jiang Chen's style. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. Jiang Chen will never touch a dirty woman again. Chapter 14. Su Yao shows off her wealth. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After Jiang Chen blocked and deleted all of Liu Ruyan's contact information, he casually opened his WeChat. It was not until this moment that he realized that his circle of friends had exploded. The update that Jiang Chen posted last night has been liked by countless friends, and the number of messages in the comments section has reached 99 plus. Liu Gang, holy shit. Jiang Chen, you are amazing. You are actually dating the campus beauty of Su Yao University. Li Qiang, Jiang Chen, aren't you planning to marry Liu Ruyan recently? How come you're dating the campus beauty of Su Yao University in the blink of an eye? Yang Dao, wow. The beauty from Su Yao University has a great figure. Jiang Chen, you are so lucky. Zhao Wenbo, Liu Ruyan just announced that she was with Yang Fan, and Jiang Chen announced that he was with Su Yao right after. I just woke up today and ate such a big piece of gossip. My head is still buzzing. Somehow, everyone, please take a look at the circle of friends of the campus beauty of Su Yao University. It turns out that Jiang Chen is a hidden rich second generation. Most of the comments in the comment section are from Jiang Chen's college classmates. Among them, many classmates are mutual friends of Jiang Chen, Liu Ruyan and Su Yao. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan have been together for 3 years and are planning to get married soon. Many of their college classmates know about this. However, last night, Liu Ruyan posted an update on WeChat Moments, followed by another update on WeChat Moments by Jiang Chen. Not only did both parties' WeChat Moments become a buzz, but the university class group, which had been quiet for 3 years, also exploded. Swish! Jiang Chen curiously scrolled through his WeChat Moments and soon saw that Su Yao had also posted an update last night. Su Yao sent a total of 9 photos. There are photos of Jiang Chen driving a Ferrari LaFerrari and her sitting in the passenger seat. There is a photo of the hotel housekeeper Bai Qianqian coming to greet Jiang Chen when he got off the car. There is a photo of Jiang Chen sitting at the dining table and clinking glasses with Su Yao. There are photos of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite and standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the night view. There is also an intimate photo of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying on the bed in the hotel, snuggling and hugging each other. In addition, Su Yao also included an official announcement. Mr. Jiang, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life, emoji, shy, emoji, shy, emoji, shy. Certainly. Su Yao's post on WeChat Moments was also liked and commented on by countless friends. Especially Su Yao's group of good girlfriends, 5 of the 7 fairies of Shilan University, they were the ones who shouted the loudest in the comments section. Because Jiang Chen had blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan's WeChat, he naturally couldn't see Liu Ruyan's message in the comments section. But even if you use your toes to guess, you can guess that Liu Ruyan must be very angry. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly glanced through the comments section and seemed to find them a bit boring, so he exited WeChat and turned his phone to silent mode. After doing all this, Jiang Chen lay down on the big bed, which was more than 3 meters wide, hugged the pillow and continued to sleep soundly. Jiang Chen hasn't slept in for 3 years. This time, I must make up for the 3 years of lazy sleep. The other side. Su Yao was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, speeding on the road. Along the way, Su Yao was in an exceptionally happy mood. Because no matter where she goes, she can become the focus of the whole audience, and I don't know how many passers-by's attention she has attracted. Wow! What a cool sports car, what a beautiful lady! Look over there. Ferrari LaFerrari. The lady driving the car turned out to be a beautiful lady. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Miss, I'm 18 years old, 180 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs. I like sports very much, and my physical strength and explosive power are both amazing. Sister, do you need a little brother? I can be your little puppy. As soon as Su Yao parked her Ferrari LaFerrari near a square, several bold men came up to chat with her. However, Su Yao raised her eyebrows, her face instantly turned extremely cold, and her whole body exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance, and then she rejected all these men. Looking at the backs of the men leaving in despair, a hint of sarcasm and disdain appeared on Su Yao's face. A bunch of poor losers dare to set their sights on me? What kind of person is it if you don't even take a piss and look at yourself? You ugly bastards are not even as good as one of Jiang Chen's toes. My eyes are not blind yet. Instead of my super rich brother, would you choose you poor losers who dream of living off them all day? Oh! Get away from me! Don't dirty my eyes! Su Yao used to be a proud school beauty. She was used to being pursued by others and was also used to rejecting others' pursuit. So, no matter which man approached her to chat with her, Su Yao would coldly say, "Get lost," simply, directly and rudely rejecting these fools who had no self-awareness. Tat. Next, Su Yao walked with a very natural cat step, a confident smile on her face, her head held high, and strode into a nearby cafe. Yao, you're here. As soon as Su Yao walked into the cafe, she saw her group of girlfriends sitting around a table by the window, and everyone waved at her. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I am late. Su Yao walked over with a smile, and as soon as she sat down, she noticed 2 cold gazes coming from the opposite side. Looking up, Su Yao suddenly became happy. Who else could the woman sitting right opposite her be if not Liu Ruyan? Yao, is that Ferrari LaFerrari at the door really Jiang Chen's? When did Jiang Chen become so rich? Yao, are you really together with Jiang Chen? Yao, did Jiang Chen really take you to a big dinner last night? Did you two really stay in the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel for a night? Faced with the barrage of questions from her besties, Su Yao just answered a few casually and then called the waiter from the cafe over. Excuse me, what kind of coffee would you like? The waitress walked quickly to Su Yao holding a menu, and then handed the menu to Su Yao respectfully. Su Yao opened the menu and ordered a cup of coffee. When she handed the menu back to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly took out a bank card from her bag and said to the waitress with a smile, "I'll pay for all the consumption here today." Fuck. Yao Yao, you're actually showing off in front of us. Yao Yao, you are so hypocritical. How much money did Jiang Chen give you? How could he allow a proud school beauty like you to willingly climb into his bed? TSK TSK TSK. Just because you have money means you are arrogant. Yao Yao, tell me the truth, is Jiang Chen a hidden second-generation rich man? Yes. Tell us quickly, how did Jiang Chen suddenly become so rich? Not only Su Yao's girlfriends were curious, but Liu Ruyan was also very curious. Liu Ruyan asked herself who Jiang Chen was, and no one knew him better than her. She had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and Jiang Chen worked hard every day delivering food. The money he earned every month would not exceed 20,000 at best. And Jiang Chen would give her his salary every month, and would only keep a few hundred yuan for himself as living expenses. Liu Ruyan was never willing to believe that Jiang Chen, who had struggled at the bottom of society and worked himself to death like an ox or a horse, could be a hidden super-rich second generation. How is that possible? Which super-rich second generation would put himself in such a difficult position? Isn't this simply sick? So, when her besties asked about Su Yao, Liu Ruyan bit her lips tightly, clenched her hands into fists, and stared at Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be expecting to hear from Su Yao that Jiang Chen was not some rich second generation, and that all this was a deliberate joke between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. However, but reality gave Liu Ruyan a hard slap in the face. In fact, Jiang Chen is not an orphan. He has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich man. The moment Su Yao told the truth, Liu Ruyan's face turned pale instantly, and she stood there in a daze, her head buzzing, and she completely lost the ability to think. How so? Is Jiang Chen really a super rich second generation? Did I just miss out on this incredible wealth? No. I don't believe it. It's all fake. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I just broke up with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen immediately transformed himself into a super rich second generation. Even TV dramas don't dare to film it like this. All of this must have been a conspiracy between Jiang Chen and Su Yao to deceive everyone. It must be like this. Chapter 15 Get Out. Liu Ruyan. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen slept until he woke up naturally, climbed out of bed, stretched himself, and felt extremely relaxed all over. One word, awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and checked the time. He didn't expect that it was almost 12 noon. In addition, there were dozens of missed calls on his phone. He opened his phone and flipped through the pages casually. Jiang Chen then realized that his phone was almost blown up in just one morning. Most of these missed calls were from Jiang Chen's college classmates, and there were also a few from unfamiliar numbers. In particular, a number ending in 5438 called Jiang Chen more than 20 times. At this moment, Jiang Chen received another call on his mobile phone, which was the number ending in 5438. Because Jiang Chen had switched his phone to silent mode, there was no vibration or ringing. He could only see the incoming call by staring at the screen. Swish. Jiang Chen casually pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you finally answered my call. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a very familiar female voice came from the other end of the line. Oh shit. Liu Ruyan. It turns out that this 438 is you. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. His good mood from having a good sleep was ruined by this phone call. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, so. Can I meet with you so we can sit down and talk calmly, okay? This time, Liu Ruyan did not yell at Jiang Chen. Instead, she lowered her posture and spoke in a particularly gentle tone, as if she was very cautious and afraid to upset Jiang Chen. Damn. Splashing people means splashing people. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan have been together for 3 whole years. Liu Ruyan has always been domineering towards Jiang Chen. Not only does she treat Jiang Chen like an ox or a horse, but she also rarely looks at Jiang Chen in a good manner. Now, Jiang Chen has money in his pocket. He drove a luxury car, lived in a presidential suite, ate a big meal, drank red wine worth 300,000 yuan a bottle, took the former school beauty Su Yao to bed, and even generously gave Su Yao more than 8 million yuan in pocket money. Liu Ruyan is obviously jealous. Jiang Chen thought that Liu Ruyan was naturally aloof and cold to everyone. Now it seems that it's not that Liu Ruyan is not gentle, but that Liu Ruyan thinks Jiang Chen is not worthy of her gentle treatment at all. Liu Ruyan, we have broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. I think there's nothing more to talk about between us. Jiang Chen's tone was very flat, as if he was talking to a stranger, neither happy nor sad, without any ripples. No. There was a sudden scream from the other end of the phone, and Liu Ruyan's tone became hurried. Jiang Chen, it's not like that, can you listen to my explanation? Explain. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and said in a mocking tone, Liu Ruyan, please make one thing clear to me. We have broken up. You were the one who took the initiative to bring up the breakup. We no longer have any relationship. You don't have to explain anything to me, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Silence, no words. Liu Ruyan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Jiang Chen, we've been together for 3 years. Are you really letting go of our relationship? Please. For the past 3 years, I have been the only one who has given everything, and you have only enjoyed my efforts for you and have never loved me. Liu Ruyan, don't you feel ashamed to say these words now? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you because you are a complete splatter. You. Liu Ruyan, don't call me anymore. I'm afraid Yao Yao will be jealous. After all, she is my girlfriend now. Bang. After Jiang Chen finished his last sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. Spicy next door. There are splashing people every year, but this year there are especially many. If it wasn't because Jiang Chen was rich, would Liu Ruyan speak to him in such a humble manner? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen was rich, would Liu Ruyan, who had already thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms, come back to find him? 3 years of selfless dedication could not keep Liu Ruyan's heart. Once she has money, her heart will return? Since he could buy a woman's heart with money, why didn't Jiang Chen pick a beautiful, well-built, clean, gentle, considerate, well-behaved and obedient woman? Why would you pick up this old shoe of Liu Ruyan? Swish. Jiang Chen threw his phone aside, then turned over and stretched again. As if he felt a little thirsty, Jiang Chen didn't even wear pajamas. He was only wearing a pair of large shorts. He just walked over and opened the bedroom door. Crack. As the door opened, Jiang Chen took a step toward the outside, but the next second, he caught a glimpse of someone standing in the living room out of the corner of his eye. Swish. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and saw a mature and plump figure. Mr. Jiang, are you up? Bai Qianqian stood awkwardly in the living room, with her hands crossed in front of her, while bowing slightly to Jiang Chen. But when her eyes swept over Jiang Chen, her pretty face immediately turned slightly red, and there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. I'll go. Jiang Chen screamed with an exaggerated expression, then covered his body, took a step back to the bedroom, and closed the door with a bang. Bai Qianqian. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened again, and Jiang Chen walked out wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian immediately came up and explained, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Miss Su told me this morning to wake you up before noon and then supervise you to eat lunch. I was just about to wake you up, but I heard you talking on the phone in the bedroom, so I waited in the living room for a while. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry. Bai Qianqian bowed to Jiang Chen again, looking a little nervous, with a hint of blush still seeming to remain on her pretty face. Although Bai Qianqian only took a glimpse, Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles, inverted triangle back, dog waist, 8-pack abs, and mermaid line. There was also the huge capital that was hidden by the shorts but could not be hidden, and it all came into her sight. Bai Qianqian could swear on a clear conscience that Jiang Chen was the most handsome and best-looking little wolf dog she had ever seen in her life. Even she, an old married woman, couldn't help but feel a little moved. If a young girl saw what happened just now, she would definitely scream. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, and then added, Fortunately, I was wearing a pair of shorts, otherwise, it would be like being a hooligan in front of you. What Jiang Chen said is true. This is the law of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless there is a reason, if a man dares to take off his clothes in front of a woman, the woman will definitely sue him. Puff. Bai Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing, and seemed to think that this was a bit impolite, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Jiang, you are so humorous. It was obviously my fault, how can you say you were a hooligan? If you really want to count, I should be playing tricks on you. When Bai Qianqian said this, she seemed to realize something and her voice stopped abruptly. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her beautiful face was instantly covered with blush. Someone once said that heartbeat often happens in an instant. Although Jiang Chen had sealed his heart and locked away his love, he had to admit that at the moment when Bai Qianqian blushed just now, he was indeed interested in this woman. A mature and plump young woman, blushing and shy. Really cute. Chapter 16 Single Mom. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal makes you feel as happy as a god. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and then puffed away leisurely. Just at this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly came over. She bent down slightly and asked in a gentle and respectful voice, Mr. Jiang, do you have any travel plans this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. It seems that I won a single-family villa in the 3 draws held late last night. Or, let's go see that villa now? Identify the door in advance so that you won't lose your home later. Butler Bai, please arrange a car for me. I need to go out to do something this afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately put out his cigarette, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom, intending to go back to his room to change clothes before going out. Okay, I'll get the car ready for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, immediately took out a walkie-talkie from behind her and quickly contacted the hotel's driver team. 20 minutes later. The main entrance of the Dynasty International Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing the hotel driver's uniform, white gloves, and a simple smile. He looked like a kind person. Bai Qianqian walked over and opened the car door, then put her hand above the door to prevent Jiang Chen from accidentally hitting his head when getting in the car. Thanks. Jiang Chen thanked him politely and got into the car. You're welcome. This is my job. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly and pretended to close the car door. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly said, Butler Bai, please come with me. I need your help with something. Okay. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. She immediately got into the car and sat next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then secretly looked at Bai Qianqian who was sitting next to him. Mr. Jiang, where are we going now? The driver Lao Zhang's voice suddenly floated over from the front seat. Jiang Chen quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind, and then said to the driver, Lao Zhang, Phoenix Villa. Okay. The driver, Lao Zhang, nodded and then reminded, Mr. Jiang, sit tight, we're leaving now. On the way. Jiang Chen originally planned to play with his phone for a while. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Jiang, are you going to Phoenix Villa to visit a friend? No. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, and replied, I bought a villa in Phoenix Villa. I just went there to get familiar with the house so that I won't lose my way home in the future. After saying this, Jiang Chen opened the document bag he was carrying, took out the property certificate inside, and handed it directly to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian subconsciously took the property certificate, flipped it open and took a look, and immediately froze in place. Phoenix Villa is a famous residence for wealthy people in Shilan City. The cheapest villa there costs more than 100 million dragon country currency, and the price of villas in better locations is several times higher. Bai Qianqian knew that Jiang Chen was very rich. Although Jiang Chen was dressed very casually, he drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, lived in the presidential suite, and spent 500,000 on a casual meal. He was obviously a wealthy young man. But Bai Qianqian could never have imagined that Jiang Chen actually bought Villa number 1 in Phoenix Villa. This is the king of buildings in Phoenix Villa. Rumor has it that the price of this villa has been raised to a sky-high price of $1 billion dragon dollars, but there are still many wealthy people who are fighting for it. Unexpectedly, the owner of this villa is sitting next to Bai Qianqian at this moment, and he is so young and handsome. If Bai Qianqian said that she was not moved at all when faced with such a young, promising and high-quality man, she would definitely be lying. Butler Bai, are you married? Just at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over from the side. Bai Qianqian quickly closed the property certificate, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. Bai Qianqian stroked her hair, her lips trembled, and she said in a self-abased tone, "Mr. Jiang, I am a divorced woman with a 5-year-old daughter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly. Divorced woman? Single mother? Har har, I really like children, especially kindergartners. They are so cute. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and did not discriminate against or laugh at Bai Qianqian just because she was a single mother. Yeah. Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up slightly, but soon dimmed again. I saw her lips trembling several times, and she looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't, as if there was something she couldn't say. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Butler Bai, what's wrong with you?" No. Nothing. Bai Qianqian glanced at Jiang Chen, then immediately looked away, with an expression of confusion and hesitation on her face. Although Jiang Chen was very curious, he didn't want to force Bai Qianqian to tell him since she didn't want to tell him. But just when Jiang Chen took out his phone and was about to watch some short videos, Bai Qianqian's voice suddenly came over again. "Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for a favor?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly raised his head and looked at Bai Qianqian, who was biting her lips, clenching her fists, and her face was flushed. "What's up?" Jiang Chen put down his phone and tried to make his voice gentle. Because as soon as he saw Bai Qianqian's struggling and hesitant look, he knew that this woman must have encountered some difficulties. Swish. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's kindness, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red and she said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang, my daughter is seriously ill. The doctor said it's aplastic anemia and can only be cured with a bone marrow transplant." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression did not change, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He was just thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to get in touch with Bai Qianqian's daughter first, try to win the child's favor, and then win the child's mother in one fell swoop. Now it seems that this plan is no longer useful. People have offered to deliver the food to my door, so why wouldn't I accept it? How much does it cost? Jiang Chen's brief words fell into Bai Qianqian's ears, like the sound of nature, and instantly gave this single mother hope. "Mr. Jiang, I." Perhaps she was too excited, Bai Qianqian didn't know how to express her gratitude for a moment, and she even started to stutter. The doctor said the surgery would cost at least 500,000 yuan. As Bai Qianqian spoke, her voice became lower and lower, and her head drooped, as if she felt that the amount of money was too large. Jiang Chen had no relationship with her, so why would he lend her money? However, Jiang Chen took out his phone and said to Bai Qianqian, "Send me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you directly." Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, then burst into tears of joy and said, "Mr. Jiang, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you." "You're welcome." Jiang Chen's face remained calm, but a smirk quickly flashed across his eyes. "Pay back the money? Who asked you to pay back the money? We are all adults now, can't we understand some rules?" Chapter 17. Liu Ruyan is jealous and crazy. IFC Shopping Mall. In Xilan City, this is definitely one of the best international high-end shopping malls. The mall not only has various top domestic brand stores, but also gathers dozens of world-class brand flagship stores. Basically, you can find any luxury store you can think of here. It can be said that this shopping mall is the shopping paradise that all the spendthrift women in Xilan City dream of. Liu Ruyan's mood at this moment was very complicated. At noon, Su Yao first treated her besties to a big meal, and then couldn't wait to bring everyone to the mall. Next, Su Yao kept shopping in various luxury stores. Liu Ruyan and her other girlfriends could only look at Su Yao with envy and jealousy as she kept swiping her card, and some even had to act as Su Yao's bag carriers. Fortunately, Su Yao is quite generous. She walked into the LV store, waved her hand, and bought a bag for each of her 6 girlfriends. Liu Ruyan got a rose handbag, and when she looked at the price on the tag, it turned out to be 128,888 yuan. The bags that several of my other girlfriends got were all in about the same price range. In other words, Su Yao gave out more than 700,000 without even blinking an eye. One word: arrogant. Certainly. Liu Ruyan also deeply understood that Su Yao was now spending Jiang Chen's money. If she had not broken up with Jiang Chen, than the woman who was spending money like crazy in various luxury stores at this moment, not treating money as money at all, spending money like water, and being arrogant and unreasonable should be her. Swish. Liu Ruyan held the rose handbag in her hands and secretly observed the expressions on her girlfriends' faces. Suddenly, they found that their eyes were shining, as if they were all deeply shocked by Su Yao's domineering behavior. Regret. Extremely regretful. Liu Ruyan felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. She learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen had never known that he had a wealthy grandfather. On the day she broke up with Jiang Chen, this wealthy grandfather contacted Jiang Chen. How could this be such a coincidence? Why didn't this wealthy grandfather contact Jiang Chen one day earlier? Just after she broke up with Jiang Chen, she immediately found Jiang Chen. Is it destined by God that she cannot accept such enormous wealth and can only watch helplessly as it is handed over to others? Liu Ruyan was unwilling to give up, so she took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and immediately called Jiang Chen, wanting to reconcile with him. However, Jiang Chen scolded her mercilessly and made it clear that he would never forgive her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was really panicked. She thought that after being with Jiang Chen for 3 years, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How could he just say he didn't love her anymore? Also, she just made a mistake that all women in the world are prone to make, so why didn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She could promise that she would cut off all contact with Yang Fan, and then be Jiang Chen's little wife wholeheartedly and treat Jiang Chen twice as well. Why didn't Jiang Chen give her a chance? Men are truly without conscience. I stayed with him for 3 whole years, spending all of a woman's most precious youth on him. Result. In the end, I didn't get any benefit at all. On the contrary, Su Yao, this little vixen, did nothing but climbed into Jiang Chen's bed once, and was spoiled to the sky by Jiang Chen. He drives a luxury car, drinks Lafite, lives in a presidential suite, and buys all kinds of luxury goods he wants. His nose is almost up to the sky. Why? Why can Su Yao enjoy all this? Why can't I, Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, enjoy all of this? Instead, I can only follow Su Yao silently, watching Su Yao show off, and even have to act as Su Yao's bag girl? Ding ling ling. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's cell phone rang. Caller ID, Yang Fan. As soon as Liu Ruyan saw Yang Fan's name, a hint of annoyance immediately flashed through her heart. Last night. If she hadn't drunk too much and wasn't a little confused, how could she have followed Yang Fan to their hotel in a daze? If it weren't for the fact that she had sex with Yang Fan, the rice had already been cooked, plus Yang Fan's sweet words. How could she possibly make an official announcement on WeChat Moments in the middle of the night? If she hadn't posted that circle of friends, Jiang Chen would never have known that she had slept with Yang Fan. Even. As long as Liu Ruyan was not so anxious, she could have broken up with Jiang Chen one day later, or accepted Yang Fan's invitation one day later, or went to the hotel with Yang Fan one day later. Things wouldn't have come to this. Then there must be room for redemption between her and Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan became even more irritated. She hung up Yang Fan's call without saying a word, and at the same time, she felt a lot of resentment towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, you bastard, since you have already gone abroad, why do you want to come back? Just come back, why did you contact me secretly? It was you who proposed the breakup in the first place, and now you're begging me to get back together. How could I have been so foolish as to agree to it? Jiang Chen was so good to me and had taken great care of me over the past 3 years. How could I be so blind that I couldn't see it? Am I really a splashy person like Jiang Chen said? Ding ding. At this moment, Liu Ruyan received a short message on WeChat from Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby, what are you busy with? I called you, why didn't you answer? Seeing this WeChat message, Liu Ruyan's eyelids trembled slightly. I saw her holding the phone and typing a few words, then deleting them, then typing a few more words, and then deleting them again. After repeating this process over and over again, Liu Ruyan finally finished editing a WeChat message and sent it out. Liu Ruyan, I'm in a meeting, so it's inconvenient to answer the phone. Yang Fan, oh, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll contact you later. Looking at the second WeChat message sent by Yang Fan, Liu Ruyan held the phone blankly, her eyes gradually losing focus, her thoughts flying to who knows where, and she didn't react for a long time. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. At this moment, a clear voice came from the front. Liu Ruyan looked up suddenly and saw Su Yao leading a group of girlfriends and swaggering into a women's underwear store. The Chinese name is Gilson. Number 1 among the world's top 10 luxury women's underwear brands. Rumor has it that the cheapest piece of underwear in this store costs tens of thousands, and the most expensive one even costs hundreds of thousands. Swish. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Why? Why can a little bitch like Su Yao wear high-end underwear worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why can I only wear ordinary underwear that costs a few hundred yuan? Are Su Yao's breasts more valuable than others? Is Su Yao's little garden inlaid with diamonds? How much money did Jiang Chen give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug look. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 18, Our Responsibility. The Other Side. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bai Qianqian received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from Jiang Chen, and her eyes immediately turned red. During this period, she borrowed money from everywhere, almost all her relatives and friends, but no one was willing to lend her money. However, she just mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and he immediately transferred the money to her. You know, she and Jiang Chen had only known each other for 1 day, and they were not even friends. It was this stranger who, after hearing that her daughter was seriously ill, transferred 500,000 yuan to her without saying a word, and didn't even ask her to write an IOU. Although this amount of money is nothing to Jiang Chen, to Bai Qianqian, it is her daughter's life-saving money. So, how could Bai Qianqian not be moved? Next, Bai Qianqian transferred the money to her parents in the hospital and urged her parents to pay the surgery fee quickly so that the doctor could arrange surgery for her daughter as soon as possible. After doing all this, Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face full of gratitude, and she once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Jiang Chen. Butler Bai, I am a little curious. Please forgive me for asking. Jiang Chen didn't want to ask more questions, but he was very curious, and he was also very interested in Bai Qianqian, so he asked out the questions in his mind. Logically speaking, as a butler in a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, your monthly salary should be quite high, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you should have been able to get a share of the property, right? Let's take a step back and say that if your child is sick, his father is obliged to pay for his treatment. Doesn't that mean he doesn't care about his child? To sum up, I am particularly curious, how come you can't even get together 500,000 yuan for surgery? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian immediately showed a bitter expression on her face. She stroked her hair, sighed softly and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have fallen to this point? What do you mean? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. He just turned sideways and looked at Bai Qianqian with curiosity. His eyes were like little stars, sparkling and twinkling. Puff. Bai Qianqian was originally in a very low mood, but when she saw Jiang Chen's curious look, she was immediately amused. This is a woman with a very low sense of humor. Women with low laugh points are generally simple and kind, not scheming, not cunning, and more optimistic. However, such a woman is also very fragile inside. Call. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then slowly said, My ex-husband was the boss of a small company. He had a car, a house, and savings, and his financial situation was pretty good. But after I married him, I found out that he really likes gambling. At first, he just went there to play mahjong, and the stakes were not high, so I didn't take it seriously. After I became pregnant, he started staying out all night, renting a room with his friends and gambling all day and all night. After I gave birth to my daughter, I found out that he gambled more and more. Not only did he lose all his family property, but he also owed a large amount of high-interest loans. Speaking of this, Bai Qianqian's eyes became red again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, gambling is really a deadly thing. Call. Taking another deep breath, Bai Qianqian continued, What I never expected was that not only did he not listen to my advice, he also continued to borrow money to gamble, and even, in order to deal with the creditors who came to collect their debts, he even pushed me out and wanted me to sleep with them so as to offset part of the interest. Luckily I called the police in advance, otherwise. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse, Fuck. Is your ex-husband possessed? Is this something a human would do? He's worse than an animal. Bai Qianqian's tears finally rolled down from her eyes. I saw her biting her lips, her face was a little pale, and there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, just like the poor woman who was ruthlessly abandoned in the TV series. Sister Qianqian, what happened next? How is your ex-husband now? At this moment, Jiang Chen's gentle voice floated into Bai Qianqian's ears. When Bai Qianqian heard the name, Sister Qianqian, her heart trembled inexplicably and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. It has to be said that after Jiang Chen changed Butler Bai to Sister Qianqian, the distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I didn't need to bear any of his debts, but he had already lost all his property, so I didn't get any of his property. I thought I had nothing to do with him anymore, but one day, he secretly took my bank card under the pretext of visiting my daughter and took away all the money in the card. When I found out, I called the police right away, but he had already run away with all my savings and disappeared without a trace. Later, my daughter became seriously ill and I had to borrow money from everywhere, but none of my relatives or friends were willing to lend me money. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little pity for Bai Qianqian. A gambling husband, a sick baby, cold-blooded relatives, and a broken woman. All right. Women like this urgently need a responsible, capable, and secure person to protect them. Nothing more to say. Saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Leave this difficult task to me. Chapter 19 Personal Butler. Phoenix Villa. The main entrance of Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen simply stuck his head out of the car window and swiped his face at the access control system from a distance, and the iron gate in front of him opened automatically. This is a 5-story single-family villa, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The entire villa covers an area of definitely more than 5,000 square meters, of which the building area is at least over 2,000 square meters. There is a large garden in the front yard of the villa, and a small fountain square in the middle of the garden. There is a heated swimming pool in the backyard, and next to it is a lawn for barbecue, with several tents on the lawn. There is a tennis court on the left side of the villa, and a separately built garage and a helicopter pad on the right. How can this be a villa? It's clearly a small manor. In addition, the furniture, electrical appliances, daily necessities, etc. for the entire villa are all available. The overall decoration of the villa is also in the modern style that Jiang Chen likes very much. 3F, Master bedroom, second bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multi-purpose hall, public bathroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public bathroom, nanny room, tea room, gym. 1F, maid's room, laundry room, storage room, tool room, utility room. 2F, sauna room, massage room, small cinema, small KTV, billiard room, etc. This villa is so huge and has 2 elevators installed. It took Jiang Chen more than an hour to visit all the rooms. After touring the villa, Jiang Chen came to the living room on the first floor and sat on the sofa. Sister Qianqian, how many servants should I hire to take care of such a large villa? Looking at the empty villa, Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and suddenly began to worry about his wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend staying here, I think we only need to hire 8 maids to take care of the whole villa. Bai Qianqian analyzed it carefully with her professional perspective and gave a relatively pertinent answer. Sister Qianqian, from now on, when there are no outsiders around, you should just call me by my name, right? It's too strange to keep calling him Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Qianqian with a strange expression. Just now in the car, the two were hugging each other, looking so intimate. Unexpectedly, after getting off the car, Bai Qianqian immediately distanced herself from Jiang Chen and put on a serious working attitude. Oh well. Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Perhaps because she felt that Jiang Chen was approachable and did not have any bad habits of a dandy, she bravely called out, Jiang. Jiang Chen. Sister Qianqian, how about you become my housekeeper? I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, how about that? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Qianqian seriously, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bai Qianqian stood there in a daze. Although she obtained a professional butler certificate and joined the Imperial International Hotel, becoming the exclusive butler of the presidential suite, her monthly salary was only around 15,000 yuan. Jiang Chen asked for a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan right away. So, The first thought that came to Bai Qianqian's mind was that Jiang Chen wanted to keep her. Coincidentally, at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over again. Sister Qianqian, if you think your salary is too low, I can still increase it. A monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, plus bonuses and red envelopes during festivals, how about that? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian became even more certain that Jiang Chen just wanted to keep her. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. Bai Qianqian has been working in this industry for many years, and she also knows that there are many unspoken rules in this industry. How could an ordinary housekeeper get such a high salary? Only those housekeepers who provide special services to their masters can get such high salaries. In the past, Bai Qianqian always stuck to her bottom line and would never take shortcuts. But after the divorce, Bai Qianqian not only had to raise her young daughter alone, but also had to take care of her elderly parents. As a woman, she really couldn't hold on any longer, so she gradually came up with the idea of taking shortcuts. But Bai Qianqian has very high standards. Although she usually comes into contact with many wealthy people, most of them are middle-aged greasy men with big bellies, greasy hair and fat ears. Such a man would only make her feel disgusted, and she couldn't bring herself to talk to him at all. As for those young rich second generations, Bai Qianqian had relatively little contact with them. Even if she met one or two of them occasionally, they would not look down on her. After all, the young rich second generation are surrounded by beautiful women, all kinds of women, and she is already 30 years old this year, and a divorced woman, she can't compare with those young and beautiful girls at all. So, Bai Qianqian has never been able to take this shortcut successfully. Now that the opportunity has come, Jiang Chen has extended an olive branch to her, which makes Bai Qianqian feel excited but also a little scared. After all, she has been a good girl since she was a child. She has always abided by her duties after marriage and even kept herself clean after divorce. She has never done such a shameful thing. What to do? Should I agree to Jiang Chen? Bai Qianqian had to admit that Jiang Chen was young, handsome, rich, generous, gentle, and kind. It could be said that every one of his strengths was extremely attractive to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian also understood that once she missed this opportunity, she would probably never encounter such an opportunity again. Then, after a little hesitation, Bai Qianqian quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, then bit her lip, nodded with a blushing face and said, "Okay, I can be your personal butler." When saying the words, personal butler, Bai Qianqian's voice became lower and lower, her pretty face became redder and redder, and even her eyes became almost thread-like. Very good. Jiang Chen grinned and didn't notice the strange expression on Bai Qianqian's face. Because Jiang Chen had no idea about the market, he thought that the butlers in the melodramatic TV series about overbearing CEOs seemed very awesome, so he thought that the salaries of butlers should be very high. Therefore, Jiang Chen tentatively offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. But Bai Qianqian did not agree immediately. Instead, she stood there and hesitated. Jiang Chen thought that she thought the salary was too low, so he quickly raised it to 200,000. Swish! In order to avoid any more trouble, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and directly transferred 2.4 million yuan to Bai Qianqian's bank card. Sister Qianqian, I will advance you 1 year's salary. From now on, you are mine. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned at first, and then quickly said, Mr. Jiang, you don't have to advance me so much salary. Also, I just borrowed 500,000 from you, and I must pay you back. Who knows? Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently and replied, It's okay, I didn't intend to ask you to pay it back. Since you are my personal butler now, the 500,000 yuan I lent you before can be regarded as an early year-end bonus for you. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt her nose sore and her eyes hot, and she almost couldn't control her tears from flowing out. Turn out to be. Jiang Chen had no intention of asking her to pay back the 500,000 yuan. She is just a divorced woman with a burden by her side. She is so old and cannot compare with young girls at all, nor is she worthy of the handsome and rich Jiang Chen. How could she deserve Jiang Chen's favor? At this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly had a shameful thought. Since Jiang Chen is so good to me, I must perform well and try to satisfy him. Chapter 20 The Hottie Next Door. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. Jiang Chen did not plan to move into the villa immediately. After all, he had booked a presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel for 7 days. The rent is more than 600,000 yuan. If you don't live there, wouldn't it be a waste? In addition, it also takes time for Bai Qianqian to hire maids, gardeners, cooks, etc. for the villa. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to officially move into the villa 5 days later. Master Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now? After Bai Qianqian agreed to be Jiang Chen's personal butler, she changed the way she addressed him from Mr. Jiang to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen didn't care, it was just a name after all. If possible, he would prefer the mature and plump older sister next to him to call him dad. It's still early, let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. After Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But, thinking that she was about to become Jiang Chen's personal butler, Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly. Boom! The driver, Liu Ruyan, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove quickly towards the front gate. However, an accident happened. Just as the car drove out of the gate, a big red sports car suddenly came speeding from the left. Squeak! The driver, Liu Ruyan, reacted quickly, stepped on the brakes immediately and brought the car to an abrupt stop. Squeak! Fortunately, the sports car driver reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes immediately. In the end, the two cars collided with each other only 0.1 meters apart. Crack! The driver, Liu Ruyan, was still a little frightened, but the door of the sports car suddenly opened, and then a hot girl jumped out of the car. This hottie looks only 17 or 18 years old. She looks pure and cute, but her body is extremely hot. Tat. The hottie came over angrily, patted the driver's window of the Rolls-Royce, and cursed, "Hey! How do you drive? Do you know that you almost hit me just now?" The driver, Liu Ruyan, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and said to Jiang Chen embarrassedly, "Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. I will solve this matter immediately." After saying this, the driver, Liu Ruyan, quickly opened the car door and got out, then kept bending and nodding to apologize to the hottie. No way. The driver, Liu Ruyan, knew very well that anyone who could live in Phoenix Villa must be rich or noble. He is just a small driver and can't afford to offend anyone here. So, even though it was not his fault just now, he could only swallow his anger and then admit his mistake and apologize to the other party. However, the hottie seemed to be in a bad mood today. Even when facing Liu Ruyan, who nodded and apologized sincerely, she still refused to give in. Knock, knock, knock. The hot girl came over and knocked on the back window of the Rolls-Royce, as if she wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Mad. Jiang Chen's temper flared up all of a sudden. He cursed under his breath, then immediately opened the car door and walked out. You. The hot girl was about to yell, but when she saw a super handsome guy getting out of the car, she froze in place. Little sister, my driver has already apologized to you. Besides, he was not responsible for what happened just now. What else do you want? Jiang Chen glared at the hottie with dissatisfaction, and made up his mind that if this little girl dared to say something else, he would pin her on his legs and spank her hard. If your adults don't educate you, then let society educate you. Are you my new neighbor? What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that the hottie did not continue to curse, but instead showed an expression of great interest to Jiang Chen. Neighbors? Who are your neighbors? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in his heart. The hot girl pointed to villa number 2 not far away, and then said to Jiang Chen, "I live there, you live here, aren't we neighbors?" Hey! Little girl, since you know I'm your neighbor, and you just scolded my driver aggressively, didn't your parents teach you that neighbors should live in harmony and help each other? Jiang Chen didn't know what he said wrong. The hottest expression, which had just turned from cloudy to sunny, now turned from sunny to cloudy again. What my parents taught me is none of your business. The hottie glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then crossed her arms and asked in an extremely arrogant manner, "Let me ask you, what does your family do? Why can you live in villa number 1? How come I have never seen you in the upper-class celebrity circle of the entire Shilan city?" Jiang Chen was so angry that he laughed at the hottest attitude. Is this an interrogation of a prisoner? Do you know how to be polite? It seems that this little girl is really a girl who lacks discipline. Jiang Chen looked at the hot girl calmly, then looked at the Porsche 918 behind her, and then looked at villa number 2 not far away. His brain immediately started working rapidly. It's obvious. All signs indicate that the little girl in front of him is a spoiled and domineering rich girl. If Jiang Chen doesn't handle this matter properly, and offends the little girl in front of him, it will definitely bring him a lot of trouble. But after Jiang Chen broke up with Liu Ruyan, he learned to straighten up and become a man who would rather break than bend. At this moment, if he was asked to surrender to a little girl, he simply couldn't do it. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? At this moment, the hottest voice floated over again. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Little girl, listen to me. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, making a series of crackling sounds, and then said with a fake smile, I am the leader of Nuto Bay in Shilan City, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher. I am grateful to my brothers in the underworld for respecting me and calling me Lord Butcher. Little girl, what kind of business are you in? Tell me your name now. I, the butcher, never kill nameless people. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's ferocious expression and murderous eyes that scared the hottie in front of him. The girl subconsciously took 2 steps back, her face full of shock and a hint of panic in her eyes. You are the leader of the Black Society. When the hottie said this, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. I didn't expect that the identity I made up would be believed by the hot girl. Should I say she is naive? Or should I say she is stupid? But Jiang Chen was laughing so hard in his heart, but his facial expression did not change at all, he still looked ferocious. That's right. When I was 12, I was slashing people on the street with a machete. When I was 18, I unified Nuto Bay. The blood on my hands is more than the rice you have eaten. Little girl, I advise you not to anger me, otherwise I will sell you to the Red Romantic nightclub and let you live forever. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the hot girl suddenly screamed, turned around and ran towards her Porsche 918. Open the door, get in the car, close the door. Ignite, start, and go. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the hot girl didn't even dare to fart, and then drove away from there at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen. Chapter 21, Encountering Robbers on the Road. Phoenix Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the gate of the villa area. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the car, was just about to take out his phone to play for a while when he heard Bai Qianqian's weak questioning voice. Master Jiang, are you really in the underworld? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen put down his phone and said with a smile, Sister Qianqian, can't you see that I was just scaring that little girl? Call. I could clearly hear Bai Qianqian let out a long sigh. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Bai Qianqian put her little hands on her chest and patted them gently a few times, and her originally frowned brows also relaxed. Master Jiang, what you just said was so convincing that I almost believed it. As if she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Qianqian embarrassedly stroked her hair, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. He. Jiang Chen smiled softly, then explained, Nutuan is a famous vegetable market in the old city. I used to buy vegetables there often, and I bargained hard at almost every stall. So, those stall owners all call me the leader of Nutuan. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed for a while, then asked curiously, what about Rainy Night Butcher? Is that also your nickname? No. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then said seriously, there is a butcher named Su Yao in the Nutuan vegetable market. Every time he kills pigs, it rains, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his name for a bit, but I didn't expect it to work so well. Puff. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Bai Qianqian laughed again, and even louder than before. Suddenly, I heard a sudden brake sound. At the same time, the driver, Lao Zhang, seemed to have suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the whole car turned left sharply. The next second, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. Mr. Jiang, I seem to have been in a car accident just now. The driver Lao Zhang's voice came from the front seat. Jiang Chen turned around and looked behind the car. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. 918 colliding with a silver grey van on the road behind. From Jiang Chen's angle, he could clearly see that the door of the van was suddenly opened, and then a group of men with their faces covered jumped out of the car. Immediately afterwards, the group of masked men rushed forward and surrounded the Porsche 918. This is not over yet. I saw a masked man opening the door of a Porsche 918 very roughly, and then dragging a hot little girl out of the car. That's right. This little girl is the hottie who had a conflict with Jiang Chen just now. And those masked men were obviously robbers at first glance. Kidnapping. The rich girl was kidnapped. Just as this thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, he saw the hot girl being grabbed by the hair by the masked man, who then dragged her into the van. Just at this moment, the hottie got the courage from somewhere and suddenly kicked the masked man in the crotch, causing him to scream and kneel on the ground in extreme pain. Taking this opportunity, the hottie suddenly ran away. Perhaps because she was in a panic, the hot girl fell down the slope beside the road. But the strong desire to survive made the hot girl ignore the pain in her body. She stood up immediately and ran towards a small woods beside the road. Seeing that the hottie was trying to escape, the group of masked robbers jumped off the road and quickly chased after her. Fuck! Are they filming a movie? After witnessing such a wonderful show, the first thought that came to Jiang Chen's mind was that this must be a movie. However, when Jiang Chen looked around and didn't find any camera, he suddenly reacted. Oh my god! This is not a movie. The hot girl was really kidnapped. Master Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Qianqian also witnessed everything that just happened. She quickly took out her cell phone and quickly entered the police number, but did not press the dial button immediately. Instead, she asked Jiang Chen for his opinion first. Sister Qianqian, call the police, I'll go over and take a look at the situation. After Jiang Chen said this, he got out of the car immediately and rushed towards the direction where the hottie ran away at an extremely fast speed. Master Jiang, Master Jiang! Don't go. It's dangerous. Bai Qianqian really wanted to stop Jiang Chen and prevent him from getting involved in this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers on the opposite side, all of them were burly and strong men, and it was not known whether they had weapons in their hands. Jiang Chen was the only one on his side, and he was unarmed. 1 against 5. How could Jiang Chen possibly be a match for the robbers? Isn't this just seeking death? But Jiang Chen's movements were so fast that in the blink of an eye he ran into the nearby woods and disappeared without a trace. When Bai Qianqian saw this scene, her heart jumped into her throat. She hesitated for a while, then turned to the driver, Lao Zhang, and said, Lao Zhang, call the police. I'll catch up and see what's going on. After saying this, Bai Qianqian ignored the driver Lao Zhang's dissuasion, gritted her teeth, jumped down the slope, and ran towards the grove. Driver Lao Zhang. Chapter 22 Penterkill, Penterkill. You. Don't come over here. Get out of here. As soon as Jiang Chen ran into the grove, he heard the hot girls scolding coming from the front. Whoosh. Jiang Chen quickly slowed down his pace, held his breath, and moved quickly and silently towards the direction where the sound came from. Going around a big tree. Crouching behind a bush. He pushed aside the weeds that blocked his view. Jiang Chen finally saw the backs of the 5 masked men and the hot girl who was surrounded by them. At this moment, the hottie looked quite embarrassed. She was leaning against a big tree, and her clothes were torn by the branches. Faced with the robber's siege, the hottie's face was filled with fear. She was holding a branch with trembling arms and waving it desperately at the 5 masked men. Har 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 har. My little beauty, I advise you not to waste your energy and just follow us obediently. If you're willing to cooperate with us, I promise I won't touch a hair on your head. If you continue to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless to you. Listening to the robber's laughter, the hottie's face became more and more panicked. Suddenly, the hottie seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she shouted loudly, My eldest brother is the leader of Nuto Bay, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher, and everyone on the street respectfully calls him Lord Butcher. You dare to kidnap me, aren't you afraid that my eldest brother will be angry? As long as my eldest brother gives the order, 100,000 of my brothers will come immediately and grind you to dust. Quiet. It's so quiet in the grove. The 5 masked robbers all froze in place. They just stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths opened, looking at the hot girl who was bragging as if she were an idiot. If their masks weren't blocking their faces, we would probably be able to see some very interesting expressions on their faces, right? Jiang Chen, who was hiding aside, was now tickling his toes in embarrassment. I really want to dig a hole right here, bury myself in it, and reincarnate on the spot. Little hottie, the title of the boss of Nuto Bay can only scare silly girls like you. In front of this group of desperate criminals, titles like the leader of Nuto Bay and the butcher of the rainy night are really useless. Besides, you are such a good braggart. What's more, he said that 100,000 of his brothers would come immediately and grind them to dust. The entire Nutuan vegetable market has less than 100,000 people added up. Even if I want to call someone for you, I can't find so many people even if I look through my entire address book. What a shame. I am too embarrassed to come out and admit that I am the boss of Nuto Bay. Have fun by yourself. Just pretend that I have never been here. I left quietly, waving my sleeves without taking a single cloud with me. R. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw the masked robber leading the group. He snatched the branch from the hottest hand and grabbed her neck. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood began to boil. Fight. Jiang Chen loves fighting the most. But he hasn't fought for many years. I vaguely remember the last fight I had, which was probably when I was a freshman in college. One night, Jiang Chen was happily walking on his way back to school when he suddenly saw a girl being harassed by two drunk men in an alley. So Jiang Chen rushed up without hesitation and had a hearty fight with the other party, beating both drunks to the ground. That feeling is so wonderful. Unfortunately, it was too dark that night and I couldn't see the girl's face clearly. Moreover, the girl seemed to have something urgent to do at the time. She just said thank you to Jiang Chen and left in a hurry. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Rather than being a hero saving a damsel in distress, fighting excites him more. As an orphan without a father or a mother, Jiang Chen had to compete with wild dogs for food since he was a child. After entering the orphanage, in order to avoid being bullied by other children, Jiang Chen was either fighting or on the way to fight all day long. The gene of violence has long been deeply engraved in Jiang Chen's bones. It can be said that it is a miracle that Jiang Chen can survive until now. Let us get back to the topic. Jiang Chen first took the gene potion and then learned fighting mastery. He couldn't wait to find someone to have a good fight with. With such a good opportunity before him, how could he miss it? Let go of that girl. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Jiang Chen made a brilliant appearance. Swish, swish, swish. What surprised Jiang Chen was that as soon as he jumped out, the 5 masked robbers in front of him immediately took out a dagger from their pockets and pointed it at Jiang Chen's head. Awkward. Capital embarrassment. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, then asked weakly, "Well, if I say I'm in the wrong place, will you believe me? Where did this little brat come from? How dare you ruin Grandpa's good deeds? Are you looking for death?" The leading masked robber suddenly shouted, then raised a dagger and made an attacking gesture towards his companions. The next second, except for the masked leader, the other 4 robbers raised their daggers and stabbed at Jiang Chen. Swish! Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen slid sideways and avoided the attack of the first robber. Swish! Subconsciously, Jiang Chen chopped the robber on the back of his neck with his knife, knocking him unconscious. Then, Jiang Chen bent down as if he had eyes behind him and narrowly avoided the attack of the second robber. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen bent down and immediately used a sweeping kick, knocking the second robber to the ground. Bang! While the third and fourth robbers were not close yet, Jiang Chen decisively kicked out with a whip kick, hitting the second robber hard in the face. Ouch! The second robber screamed, and was kicked away by Jiang Chen. He fell heavily not far away and passed out. Double kill. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful double kill. I have to say, Jiang Chen's movements were really fast. It was not until this moment that the third and fourth robbers approached Jiang Chen, both holding daggers. One stabbed Jiang Chen in the head and the other stabbed Jiang Chen in the stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did a backflip to avoid the dagger that was stabbing at his head, and took the opportunity to perform a hook kick to kick away the dagger that was stabbing at his stomach. After landing, Jiang Chen did not give the other party any chance to breathe. He jumped up directly from the spot, rotated 360 degrees in the air, and kicked the 2 robbers in the face with a super powerful sweep. Puff! Puff! The 2 robbers vomited blood, turned 720 degrees on the spot, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful quad kill in just a few seconds. But a pentacle is right in front of him, how could Jiang Chen miss such a great opportunity? Whoosh! While the leading robber was still in a daze, Jiang Chen rushed in front of him in an instant with lightning speed. Right hook. Bang! Jiang Chen's fist hit the robber leader's left cheek hard, deforming his face. In the slow-motion video, you can clearly see that the robber leader opened his mouth wide, 2 broken teeth fell out of his mouth, and his jaw was dislocated. Immediately afterwards, the robber leader flew to the side. Bang! After a dull thud, the leader of the robbers fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Pentakill. Jiang Chen finally got what he wanted and completed a beautiful pentakill. He raised his head proudly, with a cold and arrogant look in his eyes, as if the entire canyon of kings was under his feet. In one word, it's so cool. Chapter 23 Brother Butcher, Don't Run. Small woods. A breeze blew by, and the leaves rustled. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground and confirmed that they had all been knocked unconscious. Then he turned his head and looked at the hot girl next to him. Right now. The hottie was completely frozen in place. She just stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. The expression on her face was as wonderful as it could be. Little girl, next time you meet a bad guy, don't mention my name again. Brother, I have many enemies outside. If you meet my enemy, it will only hurt you if you tell me my name. Do you understand? Jiang Chen pretended to scold the hottie and then prepared to leave. However, as soon as Jiang Chen turned around, he immediately saw a mature and plump woman standing under a tree not far ahead. The woman widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. The expression on her face was exactly the same as that of the hot girl. Sister Qianqian, why are you here too? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then walked in front of Bai Qianqian and waved his hand in front of her. It was not until this moment that Bai Qianqian came back to her senses from her shock. Master Jiang, your skills are too amazing. Bai Qianqian first glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Chen, who looked relaxed. A blush immediately appeared on her pretty face, and a gleam of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. They are just a few petty thieves. I can easily crush them with just one finger. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pretend to be better. No way. Bai Qianqian's eyes almost looked tearful when she looked at him. If Jiang Chen doesn't pretend to be cool at this time, when will he do so? Can a man who doesn't pretend to be cool be called a man? Brother Butcher, wait a minute. Wait for me. Seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian preparing to leave the grove, the hottie finally came back to her senses from her shock. Tat. The hot girl chased after him vigorously, stretched out her hand to grab Jiang Chen's arm, and then said breathlessly, Brother Butcher, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Just now. At Phoenix Villa. I'm sorry. Although the hottie spoke intermittently, Jiang Chen still understood what she meant from a few key words. The hottie was thanking him for saving her life and apologizing to him at the same time. Okay, I accept your apology. If you're fine, go home quickly. If another group of robbers comes to kidnap you, I won't save you. Jiang Chen didn't want to get too entangled with this kind of rich lady. Can you get kidnapped just by going out? God knows how many enemies their family has. Although Jiang Chen obtained a lottery system, he just wanted to lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life to the fullest. If you get involved with a rich girl like this, you will definitely get into trouble. Jiang Chen is not afraid of things, but he is afraid of trouble. So, after saying this, Jiang Chen immediately turned around and left, not giving the hottie the slightest bit of good looks from beginning to end. Little hottie. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to the car and did not ask the driver, Lao Zhang, to drive immediately. I saw him sitting quietly in the car, silently watching the situation behind the road through the rearview mirror. At this moment, the hottie was back on the road. She picked up a cell phone from the passenger seat of the Porsche 918 and quickly made a call. Not long after, a rapid row of cars came from far away. Jiang Chen clearly saw that on the road leading to Phoenix Villa, there were more than a dozen black cars speeding. Squeak! 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 Soon, more than a dozen cars stopped on the side of the road. After the doors opened, a group of bodyguards in suits jumped out. Miss, are you okay? Miss, are you hurt? Damn it. Where are those robbers? How dare they touch our eldest daughter? I'm going to kill them right now. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that the hottie was completely safe. Then, Jiang Chen immediately said to the driver, Lao Zhang, drive, go directly to the First People's Hospital of the city. Okay. The driver, Lao Zhang, immediately started the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward at lightning speed. This scene also fell into the eyes of the hottie. Looking at the taillights of the Rolls-Royce gradually moving away, the hottie suddenly felt her eyes a little moist. Is Butcher Brother worried about my safety? He didn't leave until my bodyguards came over, and then he left with peace of mind. Although the Butcher Brother looks fierce on the surface, he has a gentle heart hidden beneath his fierce appearance. Besides, Butcher Brother is really handsome. Unfortunately, I don't even know the Butcher Brother's name. But it doesn't matter. I have already written down the Butcher Brother's license plate number. I will ask someone to check it later and we will know the brother's name. Hey. Butcher Brother, do you think you can get away? Don't forget, we are neighbors and we will definitely interact often in the future. An hour later. The First People's Hospital of the city. Jiang Chen saw Bai Qianqian's daughter in an ordinary ward. On their way here, Jiang Chen learned from the conversation that Bai Qianqian's daughter's name was Bai Rui, and her nickname was Xinshin. Xinshin is very cute, especially her big watery eyes, which seem like the purest spring water in the world. However, Xinshin, who was lying on the hospital bed at this moment, had a pale face and looked very weak and haggard. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was suffering from illness. An elderly couple was guarding the bed. Jiang Chen only took a glance and knew that they must be Bai Qianqian's parents. Mother. Seeing Bai Qianqian walk into the ward, Xinshin's eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately stretched out her two little hands towards her. Bai Qianqian took a few quick steps to the bedside, carefully picked up her daughter, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Mom, who is this uncle? Xinshin quickly noticed Jiang Chen standing aside with two fruit baskets in his hands. Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then smiled and introduced Jiang Chen's identity to her parents and daughter. When they heard that Jiang Chen was now Bai Qianqian's boss and had given Bai Qianqian a year's salary and bonus in advance, they had enough money to treat Xinshin and no longer had to ask for help from others for medical expenses. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's parents almost knelt down to Jiang Chen. Xinshin also blinked her cute big eyes and said sweetly to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled and touched Xinshin's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to stay in the ward and play with little girl Xinshin for a while, but his cell phone rang at this moment. Caller ID, Yao baby. Seeing this note, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What's going on? How come there is a new baby Yao in this young master's address book? Could it be that Su Yao secretly used my phone to change the name? Hello. Jiang Chen immediately walked out of the ward and answered the phone with a rather unhappy look on his face. Husband. As expected, Su Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Little Splash, did you take my phone last night and secretly change your note name? Oh. Husband, it's just a nickname, don't be so stingy. You. Forget it, this won't happen again. I knew that my husband loves me the most, he. Listening to Su Yao's laughter on the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head and asked, "Little guy, what's the matter with calling me at this time?" Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Husband, when will you return to the hotel? I have a surprise for you." What surprise? Oh. It won't be a surprise if I tell you about it. Honey, please come back soon. I promise to surprise you. Okay, I'll be right back. Hubby, I'm waiting for you. Mwah. Chapter 24 The Surprise Prepared by Su Yao. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen did not leave the hospital immediately. He first went to the nurse's station, then to the cashier's office, and transferred Xinshin directly to a high-end ward, and also deposited a sum of hospital fees into her account. After doing all this, Jiang Chen did not tell Bai Qianqian, but went to the parking lot alone and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Chen originally wanted to leave the hospital quietly so that Bai Qianqian could have more time to accompany Xinshin. But the car had just started when Bai Qianqian appeared out of nowhere and stopped the car. Crack! Bai Qianqian opened the car door expressionlessly, got in quickly, and sat down next to Jiang Chen. Lao Zhang, please put down the baffle. I have some private matters to discuss with Jiang Xiao. Bai Qianqian gave an instruction to the driver, Lao Zhang, who immediately smiled and nodded, then lowered the baffle in the middle of the car. The back seats of a Rolls-Royce offer excellent privacy. Especially after lowering the baffle, the front and back rows form two isolated spaces. Boom! The driver, Lao Zhang, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce drove out of the hospital. Jiang Chen secretly glanced at Bai Qianqian beside him, and finally couldn't help but asked curiously, Sister Qianqian, what are you doing? Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, Bai Qianqian suddenly rushed over and hugged him, then started crying. Woo woo! Jiang Chen, thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, woo woo. Looking at Bai Qianqian, who was crying bitterly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hug her, then stretched out a hand and patted her back gently. Don't cry, everything will be fine. I believe that with the current medical technology, the hospital will be able to cure Xinxin's illness. Don't worry, Xinxin will be fine. With Jiang Chen's gentle comfort, Bai Qianqian's mood gradually calmed down. Quiet. It was quiet in the car. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and Bai Qianqian didn't say anything either. The two of them seemed to have telepathic communication and remained silent. About 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel. The entrance to the presidential suite. Bai Qianqian seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to face Su Yao. She just greeted Jiang Chen and then turned and left in a hurry. Crack. Jiang Chen used the room card to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the living room was covered with rose petals. In the middle, there was a huge heart-shaped pattern made of candles. In the middle of the heart-shaped pattern were various gift bags. Surprise! At this moment, Su Yao suddenly appeared from the side. She just threw the rose petals in her hand into the air, then rushed over and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. Would. Su Yao kissed Jiang Chen on the face, then let him go, then took 2 steps back and turned around in front of Jiang Chen. Husband, do you think I'm beautiful? Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at Su Yao, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. What a vixen! Little Splash Man, this is your surprise for me. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, reached out and held Su Yao in his arms. Hubby, come and see the gift I bought for you first. Su Yao suddenly smiled charmingly, pulled Jiang Chen to the center of the heart-shaped pattern, then pointed at the pile of gifts with an expectant expression on her face. Hee hee. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing how attentive Su Yao was, he cooperated with her and opened the gifts one by one. In the dozen or so gift bags, there are suits, shirts, leather shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, and sneakers. All men's clothes. Moreover, these clothes are all relatively expensive luxury brands. More importantly, Jiang Chen tried on a few pieces of clothing and they fit him perfectly. It was obvious that Su Yao must have secretly measured Jiang Chen's body size, so she dared to buy so many clothes and shoes for him. Honey, I also bought you a mobile phone. Take a look. Do you like it? Su Yao took out an unopened mobile phone box from the middle of the pair of gift bags as if she was presenting a treasure. What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that this mobile phone turned out to be the limited edition of Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a flying lion and Pixiu priced at 42,800 yuan. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that this phone was limited to only 16 units nationwide. I don't know how Su Yao bought this phone. It must have taken a lot of thought, right? Yao Yao, I like the gift you prepared. For the first time, Jiang Chen used a very serious tone and softly called out Su Yao's nickname, instead of calling her Little Splash, as he did before. This moment, Su Yao suddenly froze in place, her long eyelashes seemed to tremble, and then a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Honey, I have prepared a bigger surprise for you. Su Yao walked over and gently put her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, with a mysterious expression on her face. Really? There's a surprise. In order to cooperate with Su Yao, Jiang Chen deliberately showed an expectant expression. Par. Su Yao clapped her hands and shouted at the closed bedroom door, Man, come out. Crack. Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman, biting her lips lightly and with a bit of shyness on her face, walked out of the room shyly. Jiang Chen. Chapter 25 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Chen, long time no see. The beauty who walked out of the bedroom made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Her black satin-like hair was casually tied into a bun, with two strands of hair on her cheeks gently blowing in the wind, adding a touch of alluring charm. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, peach blossom eyes, and a graceful look. The red lips are coated with a layer of nude lipstick, which looks mature and moist, exuding an alluring scent. She was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her beautiful and crystal neck, sexy and charming collarbone, and round and white shoulders. However, Jiang Chen took a step back with a look of horror on his face. He stared at the beauty in front of him with an incredible look and shouted, "Fuck! Are you the female Tyrannosaurus Jia Shaman?" Quiet. The living room was quiet. There was an obvious flash of embarrassment on Jia Shaman's face, and the look she gave Jiang Chen was full of resentment. I saw her trembling her lips and was about to say something. But Jiang Chen took the lead and said, "Jia Shaman, Su Yao and I have something private to discuss, please wait for a moment." After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately pulled Su Yao into the secondary bedroom next door, and then closed the door with a bang. Jia Shaman. In the room. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Su Yao seriously. But before he could speak, Su Yao asked with a smile, "Husband, I brought Man back to you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Tick. A drop of cold sweat suddenly flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "I have thought that the person you brought back could be the flirtatious dancer Yu Lily, the pig man Tang Ru, the little green tea girl Liu Li, or even a lump of ice Lin Qingxue. But I never expected that you would bring back the female Tyrannosaurus Jia Shaman." When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Chen, then rolled her eyes and asked, "Husband, why did you give each of my girlfriends such an ugly nickname? Am I wrong?" Jiang Chen frowned and explained, "Yu Lily is the beauty of the dance department. After graduation, she became a female anchor. She dances like a train in the live broadcast room every day. If this isn't a flirtatious dancer, then what is it? That idiot Tang Ru imitated others in online dating and thought her online dating partner was a rich second-generation man. In the end, she didn't even meet her boyfriend and was defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars. Tell me, is she pig man? Liu Li, that gold digger, competes with a bunch of fake socialites every day, even for a pair of Balenciaga stockings. She wants to make herself a socialite and seduce the second-generation rich. If she's not a green tea, then what is she? And Lin Qingxue, who always has a cold face and a look that says she doesn't want anyone to get close to her. Sometimes I wonder if she has misogyny towards men. Or is she just a lesbian? Let's talk about Jia Shaman, the president of our Shilan University Wushu Club. She beats people up at every turn. There are at least 800 male students who have been beaten up by her. If she is not a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, then what is she?" At this point, a strange expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face, as if he was thinking of some painful memories, and there was even a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Hubby, I remember you were beaten by Jia Shaman. Are you still holding a grudge against her?" As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "What do you mean I was beaten by Jia Shaman? I was just letting her go. After all, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If we really fight, I can easily beat her with one hand." "Yeah." Su Yao looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, then took the initiative to hug Jiang Chen and patted him on the back a few times. "Husband, you were wronged back then." Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. The scene from that year involuntarily emerged in my mind. It was a sunny morning, with whistles accompanying the wake-up call, but the world was not at peace, and even in peacetime there were turbulent events. When Jiang Chen was a freshman in college, he fell in love with Liu Ruyan at first sight. In order to win the goddess over, he would run to buy breakfast for Liu Ruyan every morning. That day, Jiang Chen had just walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory with breakfast, when suddenly a sexy lace underwear fell from upstairs. As luck would have it, the underwear hit Jiang Chen on the head. You know, if your head is hit by underwear, you will have long-lasting bad luck. Jiang Chen was so angry that he immediately held the underwear and started cursing at the girls' dormitory building. Result: the female Tyrannosaurus Jia Shaman ran down aggressively. Seeing Jiang Chen pinching her underwear with a ferocious look, Jia Shaman actually thought Jiang Chen was a thief who stole her underwear. Then, Jiang Chen vs Jia Shaman. In the first round, Jiang Chen was thrown to the ground by Jia Shaman with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, Jia Shaman opened fire at full force and gave Jiang Chen a beating. Jiang Chen swore that he had been fighting since he was a child, and that was the first time he lost to a girl, and it was a miserable defeat without any ability to fight back. Fortunately, at this time, several female witnesses ran over and explained for Jiang Chen, proving that Jiang Chen was not the thief who stole the underwear and everything was just a misunderstanding. Jia Shaman realized that she had hit the wrong person, and immediately apologized to Jiang Chen sincerely, and also offered to compensate for the medical expenses. Damn it! Is this a medical expense issue? It would have been fine if she didn't mention the medical expenses. As soon as she mentioned the medical expenses, Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a little girl who was raped. He felt wronged, angry, hateful, and unwilling. He even wanted to die. What a shame! What a shame! This is the pain that Jiang Chen has kept in his heart for his entire life, and it can never be erased. Now, Jiang Chen met Jia Shaman again. The past that was buried deep in my heart was immediately awakened, which led to such an intense reaction. The nickname of Mother Tyrannosaurus is well deserved. Jia Shaman is a brainless, violent girl with big breasts. Oh, by the way, husband. Since they all have nicknames, what nickname did you give me? Su Yao's question suddenly came to his ears, and Jiang Chen's thoughts were instantly interrupted. He didn't even think about it and blurted out, "Scratch the fox." R. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and quickly let go of Jiang Chen, then stared straight into his eyes, and a look of anger quickly appeared on her face. "Why do you ask me to scratch a fox? Where did I scratch? Did I seduce your uncle or climb into your father's bed? Well, you look like a foxy girl, and you have the same last name as King Ju's concubine Su Deji, and you flirt with others all day long, so. Jiang Chen, why don't you just die?" "Har har, I was just joking, why are you so easily amused?" "I'm angry." "If you are angry, hold it in. Do you still want to turn against Tiangang?" Chapter 26. Let us fight first. In the room, Su Yao hugged Jiang Chen angrily and bit his shoulder. Perhaps because she was worried about hurting Jiang Chen, Su Yao did not bite him very hard. She just did it for the sake of showing her dissatisfaction. It seems like he thought of something. Su Yao just let go and immediately asked again, "Husband, what nickname did you give Liu Ruyan?" Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and pinched Su Yao's cheek, and said with a fake smile, "At first, I didn't give her any nicknames, but later, I gave her a nickname Little Dragon Girl. I knew that at that time you only had Liu Ruyan in your eyes. You even gave her such a nice nickname." Su Yao glared at Jiang Chen angrily, with a jealous expression on her face, obviously dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's double standards. He. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, ignoring Su Yao's jealous look, and continued, "I also gave Yang Fan a nickname. Putting their nicknames together, they just make a perfect pair." "Yeah." Su Yao was immediately interested and asked curiously, "Husband, what nickname did you give Yang Fan?" "Yin Jiping." When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned. Then, Su Yao laughed out loud, hugged Jiang Chen and said, "Hubby, you're so funny. Xiao Long and V and Yin Jiping. Har har. I'm dying of laughter." Jiang Chen still had some doubts in his mind, so he immediately asked, Yao, in my impression, Jia Shaman is not a gold digger, how could she be fooled by you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped laughing immediately. She pouted and said with disdain, "Honey, I went shopping with my girlfriends today and tried to find out what they were thinking. Do you know what their reactions were?" "What's the reaction?" Jiang Chen blinked, a hint of curiosity showing on his face. "Snort." Su Yao snorted coldly and said, "I'll ask them straight to the point, who is willing to be your little follower, I can give her 5 million. Etc. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Su Yao and asked in astonishment, "I gave you 10 million, and you gave them 5 million. Just like that, you made a net profit of 5 million. Isn't it too easy for you as a middleman?" "Oh. Husband, don't worry about these details." Su Yao used her coquettish skills again, hugged Jiang Chen and shook him gently, saying, "We are looking at the result. Didn't I bring you a beautiful woman?" Bang! Jiang Chen said with a smile, "You only brought back one of the 7 fairies from Shilan University, and you still dare to take credit for it. Speaking of this, I get angry. Su Yao bit her lip and said angrily, when those little hooves heard 5 million, their eyes lit up. But Lily, Ruru, Lily and Qingxue were all pretending to be noble. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the remaining few, I plan to leave them alone. After so many years of being best friends, don't I know what their personalities are? When the time comes, they will come to me crying and begging, hee hee. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked again, is Jia Shaman short of money recently? She sold herself out like this for 5 million. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously asked back, husband, don't you know that something happened in Man's family? What happened? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao immediately replied, didn't Man's parents open a supermarket? Last year, a fire suddenly broke out in the supermarket, and almost all the goods inside were burned. Man's family owes a lot of money because of this. Later, in order to pay off her family's debts, Man went to work as a trainer at a fitness center. As a result, she met a lustful student who not only made advances on her, but also wanted Man to be his mistress. Man got so angry that she beat the student into the hospital. As a result, Man is now in a huge debt. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's doubts were all resolved. Putting aside the factor of violence, Jiang Chen had to admit that Jia Shaman was indeed a rare beauty. Receive. Still not accepting. Isn't this just nonsense? Our teacher taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Jia Shaman is in trouble and Jiang Chen happens to be able to help her, why should he just stand by and watch? As I said before, saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Dragon country law, all women over the age of 18 are collectively referred to as women. Crack. Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door and walked out holding Su Yao's hand. At this moment, Jia Shaman was standing quietly in the living room. She was seen pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands, her pretty face flushed slightly, her eyes wandering, and she looked a little nervous. Jia Shaman, I want to fight with you. When Jiang Chen said this, not only Jia Shaman was stunned, but even Su Yao was startled. What? Jia Shaman suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrongly. If you beat me, I can give you 5 million, but I won't force you to be my follower. You can leave at any time, and I won't stop you. Jiang Chen has wanted to beat Jia Shaman for a long time. Now, this little bitch came to my door on her own initiative. If I don't beat him now, when will I? So, what if I lose? Although Jia Shaman was very proud of her own fighting ability, she still asked cautiously. If you lose, I will give you 5 million, but you must be my little follower and call me uncle. Jiang Chen carved the word shameless directly on his face. A tree without bark is doomed to die. If you have no shame, you are invincible. You. Jia Shaman raised her eyebrows and was about to lose her temper, but suddenly she thought of her current situation, and she immediately stopped like a deflated ball. How about it? Do you want to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Jia Shaman with a half smile, as if he had her in his grasp. Okay, I promise you. Jia Shaman didn't hesitate too much. She just looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look and then agreed. If she wins, Jia Shaman can get 5 million. If she loses, she can still get 5 million. If you fight, you get money. If you don't fight, you get no money. Jia Shaman has no choice at all. What's more, Jia Shaman originally came here to curry favor with Jiang Chen. Now there is an opportunity to get money without sacrificing her body. How could she miss it? But Jia Shaman hesitated again. She knew exactly what Jiang Chen's fighting ability was. Back then, she only used 30% of her strength to pin Jiang Chen to the ground and beat him up. Over the years, even though Jiang Chen has been secretly practicing fighting skills, Jia Shaman has also been practicing martial arts and she is also growing rapidly. Therefore, Jia Shaman didn't think Jiang Chen could beat her. Should I add a little water later? If I hurt him, that little girl Yao will definitely come after me. For Yao's sake, I'd better be gentle and try not to hit him in the face. Chapter 27 Jiang Chen vs Jia Shaman. Dynasty International Hotel. Fitness Center, Boxing Room. Since few guests staying in the hotel use the boxing room, all the equipment in the room is almost brand new. Jiang Chen, who had already changed into a set of sportswear, stretched his muscles a little and then climbed onto the boxing ring. Whoosh! What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Jia Shaman actually supported herself on the edge of the ring with one hand, then performed a beautiful front flip, climbed over the railing very gracefully, and finally landed lightly on the ring. Oh shit! This woman is still trying to be cool even when she is about to die? When dad gets angry later, you won't be able to cry. Jiang Chen stood casually on the stage, squinting his eyes and looking at Jia Shaman from head to toe. I have to say, this woman has a really nice figure. At this moment, Jia Shaman was wearing a black sports vest on her upper body and a pair of tight grey yoga pants on her lower body. Swish! Jiang Chen was still admiring Jia Shaman's good figure, but he didn't expect that the other party had no martial ethics and attacked him impatiently without even saying hello. Jia Shaman used a small grappling move, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's shoulder. But before Jia Shaman's palm touched Jiang Chen, her right leg suddenly trembled, and she kicked out with a whip kick, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's lower body. A feint. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Fake move. Want to cheat on my feelings? Hee hee. What a scumbag she is. Swish. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and immediately took a steady horse stance. Then, ignoring Jia Shaman's kick, he threw a heavy punch directly towards the headlights of Jia Shaman's car. Faced with Jiang Chen's shameless fighting style, Jia Shaman was not surprised but happy. Drink. Jia Shaman let out a delicate cry and crossed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She also ignored Jiang Chen's punch and then increased the strength of her kick, as if she wanted to knock Jiang Chen to the ground in one fell swoop. I have to say, Jia Shaman and Jiang Chen's styles are very similar. Both of them gave up on defense and focused on pursuing the ultimate offensive power, both wanting to knock out the other with one move. And both of them are quite conceited. The winner had not yet been decided, but both Jiang Chen and Jia Shaman had a smug smile on their faces. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time. Jiang Chen's fist hit Jia Shaman's forearm hard, and Jia Shaman's whip kick also hit Jiang Chen's calf hard. However, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Jia Shaman's face. She felt like she had kicked on an iron plate. Not only could she not move Jiang Chen at all, but her right leg also felt a huge recoil force. In addition, the punch that Jiang Chen delivered to her forearm seemed to carry the force of thunder and lightning, directly blasting her away. This is not over yet. While Jia Shaman's body was still flying backwards, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted this situation. He immediately dodged and rushed forward, then used a powerful grappling move to grab Jia Shaman's shoulder. Drink. Jia Shaman was shocked and terrified, and quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding Jiang Chen's clutches. But how could Jiang Chen let her go so easily? Jiang Chen, who had taken the gene medicine, had been reborn, his marrow cleansed and his meridians strengthened. His physical fitness had long surpassed the limits of human beings. How could a little Jia Shaman possibly escape his clutches? Whoosh! Jiang Chen bent his legs slightly, then pushed hard, and the whole person rushed in front of Jia Shaman like a bullet. At this moment, Jia Shaman's face finally changed drastically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reaction, defense, attack, etc. all far exceeded her expectations. Jia Shaman could never have dreamed that the boy who was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard by her has now grown into a fighting master who scares her. How so? Why did Jiang Chen grow so fast? This is unscientific. In a flash, Jia Shaman gritted her teeth, twisted her body forcefully in the air, and then kicked out again, lashing Jiang Chen's crotch from bottom to top. No way. Jia Shaman had no choice but to resort to this trick. If Jiang Chen got close to her, with his terrifying strength, he could just use his grappling skills to hold her down. She will definitely lose. Fuck. Jia Shaman, how dare you use the kick that will kill your father? Jiang Chen seemed to be startled. I saw him cursing while he stopped moving forward, then inhaled, tightened his abdomen, and stuck out his butt. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen actually made a capital C and narrowly avoided Jia Shaman's toes. Hearing Jiang Chen scolding, Jia Shaman couldn't help but blushing. However, this is in the ring. The two sides are engaged in a fierce fight. No matter what move you make, as long as you can defeat the opponent, it is a good move. Drink. Jia Shaman was definitely a ruthless little person. Seeing Jiang Chen avoided her attack, she simply increased the power of her whip kick and kicked towards Jiang Chen's chin. Since I can't kick you below, I'll kick you above. In short, the whip kick has already been thrown out. You can take care of the lower part, but can you still take care of the upper part? Humph. Let us see how you can hide this time. The corners of Jia Shaman's mouth slightly raised again, as if she was quite satisfied with her quick wit and this amazing move. However, the next second, Jia Shaman was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled, then thrust his waist forward and tilted his head back suddenly. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen's body was just a capital C, but in the blink of an eye it turned into a shape. This set of actions. It seems a little familiar. Swish. Jia Shaman's toes almost brushed Jiang Chen's nose. A strong gust of wind from the leg not only ruffled Jiang Chen's hair, but also ignited the anger in his heart. Spicy next door. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think your father is a sick cat? Whoosh. After Jiang Chen avoided Jia Shaman's whip kick, he took advantage of the opponent's old moves and immediately took a big step forward, directly bringing him and Jia Shaman to zero distance. At the same time, Jiang Chen's left hand grabbed over like lightning, grabbed Jia Shaman's raised right leg, and pinched her ankle tightly. Quiet. There was silence on the ring. Jia Shaman stood on the ring with her left foot alone, raised her right foot high, and made a horse posture, leaning her whole body on Jiang Chen. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, who were watching the fight below the ring, were all stunned. They never expected that Jiang Chen and Jia Shaman would create an unexpected shape while fighting. What is this doing? You. Let me go. Suddenly, Jia Shaman shouted in shame and anger, her pretty face almost red to her neck. Why should I let you go? Not only did Jiang Chen not let go of Jia Shaman, he also pinched her ankles and pulled them up hard, making her sit in a split position, strictly maintaining the standard 180 degrees. You. Rogue. Hey. You actually called me a gangster? Who just used the kick that killed my offspring? I think you are the gangster. I had no choice. Har har, I have no choice now. Chapter 28 Convinced. On the ring. Jia Shaman, who was furious, suddenly attacked Jiang Chen again. Although her right foot was held high by Jiang Chen, she suddenly raised her left leg and hit Jiang Chen's head hard. Swish. Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her move, and quickly raised his right arm to block her attack. Drink. Jia Shaman cried out again, and her left leg followed Jiang Chen's arm and wrapped around his neck. At the same time, Jia Shaman stretched out her hands like lightning, hugged Jiang Chen's head tightly, and then rode her whole body on Jiang Chen's shoulders. That's right. Jia Shaman rode on Jiang Chen's face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had to let go of Jia Shaman's right foot, then pinched her waist with both hands, trying to pull her down. But after Jia Shaman's left foot regained its freedom, she immediately wrapped it around him. Her 2 feet instantly formed a lock that firmly locked Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, who were watching the fight below the ring, both widened their eyes and opened their mouths, with shocked and weird expressions on their faces. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to pay more attention? Why are you two getting more and more excessive? After saying so much, only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Chen, who was locked by Jia Shaman, subconsciously took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, he was almost broken by the strong feminine scent. Drink. Jiang Chen carried Jia Shaman on his back and came to the edge of the ring in one step. He bent his legs slightly and jumped directly onto the fence of the ring. Then, in the astonished eyes of Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, with the help of the elasticity of the fence, Jiang Chen suddenly jumped into the air, then head down and feet up, slammed heavily onto the floor of the ring with Jia Shaman. R. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene. Jiang Chen jumped too high. If he really hit the ground, Jia Shaman would probably be seriously injured, or even lose her life. Certainly. Jia Shaman also realized that the situation was not good. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to fall to the ground, Jia Shaman decisively loosened her legs and kicked Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the rebound force from kicking Jiang Chen, Jia Shaman instantly broke away from Jiang Chen's control and jumped to the other side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her actions again. After landing, Jiang Chen pushed his hands onto the floor, did a front flip, and pounced towards Jia Shaman. Snap! As soon as Jia Shaman's feet touched the ground, a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jiang Chen! He is here! Jiang Chen raised his right foot and kicked Jia Shaman hard on the buttocks with the sole of his size 45 shoe. R! Jia Shaman screamed, her body lost balance uncontrollably, and then she fell heavily to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. This is not over yet. After kicking Jia Shaman away, Jiang Chen rushed over without stopping and sat on her back. Jia Shaman, you lose. Hurry up and call me uncle. Bang! After a crisp sound, Jia Shaman suddenly froze in place. Then, her pretty face turned red. Master, I lost. Night falls. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor, revolving restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered another table of expensive seafood dinner, and then opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Crack! 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 What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that not only Su Yao, but also Jia Shaman took out her cell phone. The two women took photos crazily, then edited them and posted them on WeChat Moments. Not long after, Su Yao and Jia Shaman's phones received the ding-ding-ding sound of WeChat notifications almost at the same time. The group of 7 fairies' best friends exploded again. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao Yao, did you really trick Man back home and make her Jiang Chen's little follower? Liu Li at Jia Shaman, Man, did Yao Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Sister Yao Yao, please support me. Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Jia Shaman, are young people nowadays so extravagant? My worldview has been shattered. Looking at the various messages in the girlfriends group, Su Yao looked calm, but Jia Shaman's cheeks were a little hot. She never dreamed that one day she would become someone else's little follower, and that she would be the one to do it on her own initiative. But just now, Jiang Chen and Su Yao transferred 5 million to Jia Shaman respectively. Looking at the 10 million balance in the bank card, Jia Shaman, who was originally a little troubled, suddenly felt relieved. What happened to the little follower? What's more, with this 10 million, my parents won't have to bear huge debts, and they can also reopen a bigger supermarket. As long as nothing unexpected happens, my parents will be able to enjoy their old age and no longer have to worry about money. As for love, Jia Shaman is very open-minded. It doesn't matter whether a man loves you or not. As long as I am willing to spend money on you, that's enough. What's more, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so powerful, so rich, and so generous to women. Such an outstanding man is simply the perfect man in Jia Shaman's mind. Tat. Jia Shaman secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting opposite her, blushed, held her phone, and quickly sent a message to her girlfriend's group. Jia Shaman, it was not until today that I realized that Jiang Chen is full of shining points. I am happy to be his follower. Su Yao at Jia Shaman, call me sister. Jia Shaman at Su Yao, sister. Su Yao, hey. Good sister, I will protect you from now on. Jia Shaman, thank you, sister. After this conversation between Su Yao and Jia Shaman appeared, all the girlfriends in the group exclaimed, WTF. As if to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao actually posted the video of Jiang Chen and Jia Shaman's battle directly to her girlfriend's group. A few minutes later, the group of girlfriends was in an uproar again. You Lily, oh my god. Is this still the Jiang Chen I know? Liu Li, when did Jiang Chen become so powerful? Tang Ru, no wonder Man is so convinced, it turns out she was convinced by someone. Lin Qingxue, Jiang Chen has changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize him. You Lily, speaking of which, Jiang Chen looks really handsome when he fights in the ring. Liu Li at you Lily, are you moved? You Lily at Liu Li, don't talk nonsense, I just admire him. Liu Li, pretend. Tang Ru, keep pretending. Lin Qingxue, keep pretending. You Lily, you guys. Liu Li, har. Tang Ru, har. +1. Lin Qingxue, har. +2. Chapter 29 Annoyed Liu Ruyan. The city lights are dim at night. In a rental house of less than 20 square meters, Liu Ruyan, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom while wiping her half-dry hair. Swish! I saw Liu Ruyan sitting down beside the bed. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who was originally lying on the bed, immediately turned over and sat up, quickly moved over and hugged Liu Ruyan tightly from behind. "Ruyan, you smell so good. Don't touch me, you stink of sweat, go take a shower." Liu Ruyan frowned and immediately pushed Yang Fan away, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. "Har har, okay, I'll go take a shower now." Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, jumped off the bed immediately, and rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. As the bathroom door was closed, the sound of a shower spraying water soon came from inside, and the disgust on Liu Ruyan's face seemed to become even stronger. This crowded and narrow rental house was dark and damp, with old furniture and traces of mold on the walls. There were even smelly socks and dirty shorts thrown around by Yang Fan on the bedside and sofa. This is completely different from what Liu Ruyan imagined. She thought that since Yang Fan had become an executive of a large company and was a returnee from overseas, he should live in a more upscale neighborhood. Result: the place where Yang Fan lives now is not even as good as the shabby yard that Jiang Chen rents. In Yang Fan's words, he had just returned to China and had not yet found a suitable place to live, so he rented this house to stay temporarily. But Yang Fan has already promised that he will return this small house tomorrow and rent a big house in a high-end community. That's why Liu Ruyan endured it temporarily. Swish! Liu Ruyan just lay down on the bed, picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The girlfriends group is very lively. The number of unread messages accumulated in the chat box actually reached more than 200. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan quickly started to scroll up, and after several minutes, she finally found the first message that Yu Lily had sent tonight. Next, Liu Ruyan carefully read these unread messages one by one. However, not long after, Liu Ruyan's face turned ugly. She could never have imagined that Jia Shaman would actually degenerate into someone who would take the initiative to become Jiang Chen's follower. Even the group photo of Jia Shaman and Su Yao, the group photo of Jia Shaman and Jiang Chen, and the group photo of Jiang Chen hugging his girlfriends were all posted to the girlfriends group. The three of them seemed quite harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan quickly exited, looked through Su Yao's circle of friends, and then looked through Jia Shaman's circle of friends. Result: she was disgusted again. Su Yao and Jia Shaman were both showing off in their circle of friends, showing off the seafood dinner they had tonight, the high-end red wine they drank, and the presidential suite they stayed in. What made Liu Ruyan envious and jealous the most was that Su Yao posted the transfer record of Jiang Chen to her, a full 10 million. Jia Shaman posted the transfer records of Su Yao and Jiang Chen to her respectively, 5 million, a total of 10 million. It was not until this moment that Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that she seemed to have greatly underestimated Jiang Chen's wealth. They transfer 5 million and 10 million at any time. Even Su Yao, who just followed Jiang Chen, could easily transfer 5 million. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen get? How much money does he have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Jia Shaman? How come I don't have a share in this overwhelming wealth? Bang! Liu Ruyan turned off her phone angrily, then threw it aside. Then she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Crack! At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly opened, and Yang Fan, who was naked, ran out in a hurry. Whoosh! Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed and hugged Liu Ruyan. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan pushed Yang Fan away fiercely and said with a very cold face, I'm tired today. After saying this, Liu Ruyan turned sideways without even looking at Yang Fan's expression, leaving him with a cold back. Like smoke. Yang Fan, unwilling to give in, gritted his teeth and tried to touch Liu Ruyan's shoulder. Result: but he was met with a scolding from Liu Ruyan. Yang Fan, I've already told you, I'm very tired today. Can't you be considerate of me? Do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? You were never like this before. You never pushed me before. Why are you like this now? Hearing Liu Ruyan's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face turned red and white, and he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then took the initiative to apologize to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, I'm sorry, since you are tired today, you should rest early. Liu Ruyan responded indifferently and continued to sleep with her back to Yang Fan, and then there was no further words. Swish! Yang Fan suppressed his inner impulse, looked at Liu Ruyan's back with a longing look, and then lay down gently beside her. That night, Liu Ruyan couldn't sleep. Yang Fan also suffered from insomnia. Jiang Chen, Jia Shaman and Su Yao also suffered from insomnia. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh, oh, oh. Jia Shaman lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. Jiang Chen sighed softly, looking at the bright red plum blossom mark on the bed sheet. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Jiang Chen, man, what's wrong with you? Chapter 30. It's time for the lottery again. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up slowly from his sleep and suddenly felt something soft and tender in his arms. When I opened my eyes, I immediately saw a stunning face. Her cool temperament coupled with charming eyes show her unique royal sister temperament. What a cool and beautiful rose. At this moment, Jia Shaman was supporting her head with one hand, with a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth, and looking at Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes. Good morning. Perhaps because she saw Jiang Chen opened his eyes, Jia Shaman quickly greeted him sweetly and said good morning. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Jia Shaman put her arms around him and rested her little head on his chest. Crack. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Su Yao walked in carelessly. Little bastard, if you're hungry, get up quickly. I'll take you to have breakfast. Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. But after a brief silence, Jia Shaman suddenly screamed, and like a frightened little rabbit, she instantly shrank into the quilt. Hey! Man, why are you still pretending to be innocent in front of me? I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Yao said as she climbed onto the bed. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, Su Yao pulled back the quilt and slid in with a swish. Then, there was a stir in the bed. Jia Shaman's exclamation and laughter were also heard. Just like that, Jia Shaman was pulled out of bed by Su Yao. While Jia Shaman was putting on her clothes, Su Yao crawled to Jiang Chen's side, leaned over and kissed him on the face, and said in a very gentle tone, Honey, I took the little rascal away and I promise not to let her disturb your late sleep. We're not going anywhere today. Let's just rest in the hotel for a day. When you wake up, I'll order you something to eat. Su Yao remembered Jiang Chen's habit of sleeping in, so she chose this time to pull Jia Shaman out of his bed. All right. Putting aside her materialistic nature, Su Yao is actually quite good in all aspects. At least she can provide Jiang Chen with high emotional value and will not make Jiang Chen feel even the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Certainly. Jiang Chen also understood that if he was not rich, generous, and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao might not necessarily show such a sensible side to him. To sum up, men must have money. Only when you have money will a woman show you her most gentle and best side. Crack. Looking at Su Yao and Jia Shaman walking out of the bedroom quietly and closing the door gently, they looked as if they were afraid of disturbing Jiang Chen's late sleep. At this moment, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. He. The money was well spent. At least, Jiang Chen felt that his emotional value was maximized. One word, comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly lost his sleepiness. He simply got up, sat against the head of the bed, and lit a cigarette for himself. That's right. Today is another new day. It's time to draw the lottery. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately thought about it and clicked on the system main page. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. Nothing more to say. If you are in a good mood, your luck will naturally be good. Start the whole process. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer made a soft click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Immediately afterwards, a black bank card jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to their host for winning 100 million bounties. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen opened the inventory very skillfully, and soon saw the black card in his backpack. Black card rewards. This card is an electronic virtual bank card, containing 100 million Dragon country currency, but can only be used for rewards on live broadcasts. Note, their host can get double the real money rebate by using the rewards. After reading the detailed introduction of this black card, Jiang Chen, perhaps because he had just woken up and his mind was still a little confused, could not figure out the specific effect of this black card for a moment. But after Jiang Chen finished smoking a cigarette, his mind became clear and he finally understood the use of this black card. Simply put, Jiang Chen uses the money in this black card to reward various anchors on the live broadcast platform, and he can get double the rebate. If all the 100 million bounties are used up, Jiang Chen can get a cashback of 200 million. The system saw that Jiang Chen had accepted another beauty, so it took the initiative to send money. How thoughtful. Brother Tongzi, thank you. Jiang Chen closed the system inventory with a smile, and then returned to the main page of the lottery. This time, he rubbed his hands vigorously until his palms began to feel warm, then he clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer suddenly made a light click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for acquiring a high-end residential building. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Before Jiang Chen could react, he suddenly felt his arm sink. A plastic bag suddenly appeared in front of him, and the bag was filled with red real estate certificates. Oh my god! Why are there so many property certificates? What did the system prompt just now? One high-end residential building. Are you sure it's one building, not one unit? Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly looked through the property certificates in his arms, but he didn't expect that his name was written on all of them. Building 1, Xingqing No. 1 Mansion, Xingfu Road, Shilan City. 30 floors. There are 4 households on each floor, so a total of 120 houses. Is each house a 200 square meter apartment? How much would it cost to buy an entire building? Swish. Jiang Chen quickly used his mobile phone to search online. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion is located near the most prosperous commercial street in Shilan City, where housing prices have been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, each of the 120 houses Jiang Chen currently owns is worth more than 20 million. Then the total price of the 120 houses has exceeded 2.4 billion. Oh shit. Got rich overnight. Chapter 31 Online Dating Card. In the room, Jiang Chen held 120 red property certificates in his arms, but a confused expression appeared on his face. The first idea that came to his mind was to rent out all these houses. The rent collected every month alone would allow him to live a lavish life. But think about it. He is not short of money at all now. He still has a balance of 570 million in his card and he doesn't know how to spend it. Just now, Jiang Chen won a bounty of 100 million. If he uses up the bounty, he can get a cashback of 200 million. What's more, the system has 3 chances to draw lots every day, and Jiang Chen might be able to draw even more wealth. So, the pattern needs to be expanded. What's the fuss about such a small rent? Sprinkle some water. You know, Jiang Chen is actually a very lazy person. How could he have the time and energy to rent out these 120 houses, bargain with the tenants, collect rent every month, and deal with the tenants' various demands? Damn. It's troublesome just thinking about it. It's not worth it at all to run around and work so hard just for such a little rent. What is Jiang Chen's purpose? Just eat and wait for death, lie down completely, enjoy life, and never go to work. Collecting rent is also like working. Jiang Chen could not tolerate this. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw a bag of property certificates aside, and then focused his attention on the lucky draw wheel. I've won gold coins twice in a row. There is only one chance left in the lottery today, can't you give me a big prize? Do I have to chant a spell to win a better prize? Swish. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a while, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. When the pointer started to move rapidly, Jiang Chen immediately chanted, "Heaven and earth, please bless me and help me win the grand prize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the speed of the pointer finally slowed down. This time, the pointer actually passed through the gold coin area, and then slowly moved towards the remaining 4 areas. Got it. At least a reward of card or above. Liu Ruyan is still in heaven. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be like dead and protect Jiang Chen all the time. This is what a qualified ex-girlfriend is. Blat. Before Jiang Chen could be happy, the pointer stopped at the card area after crawling a short distance. Then, a pink card with a heart drawn on it jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining an online dating card. A system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen opened the inventory with great curiosity and soon saw the card in his backpack. Online dating card. After using this card, you can get a rich girlfriend who you have been dating online for 3 years. Note, this card can only be used once. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Brother Tongzi, what do you mean? I admit that I am handsome, in good health and have a good appetite, but I am not short of money at all now, so why do I need a rich girlfriend? If it was the day before yesterday, when I had just obtained the system and had drawn this card in the first round, I might have hesitated, or I might have used this card. After all, it's not shameful to make a living by relying on your looks. Who can resist money? But my buddy is now the super rich brother in the eyes of Su Yao and Jia Shaman. You can't use your rich sister's money to support these 2 little kids, right? This is so immoral. System, I want to use this online dating card. Jiang Chen said the most confident words and used the card on the spot. He wanted to see how rich this rich sister was. If someone is richer than him, Jiang Chen doesn't mind living off her. If you're not as rich as him, then sorry, get out of here right now. Swish. Their online dating card in the inventory turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, an electronic prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to their host for getting a rich girlfriend who I've been dating for 3 years. Please check your QQ. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange memory flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. This memory told Jiang Chen that on the day he graduated from college, he met a female netizen on QQ. Because the 2 of them got along well, they soon developed feelings for each other and even boldly tried to engage in online romance. Result. It's out of control. This love lasted for 3 whole years. The 2 of them call each other husband and wife on QQ in a very sweet way, and in their daily chats, they share interesting things in life with each other and confide in each other the troubles they encounter in life. Get to know each other, fall in love, understand each other, cherish each other. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this absurd online romance is not only mixed with the elements of love, but also mixed with the mutual consideration between close friends. As the saying goes, a song breaks one's heart, where can one find a soulmate in this world? Damn. I have to admit that Brother Tong's methods are really amazing. After Jiang Chen digested this memory, he suddenly felt that the 3 years he spent with Liu Ruyan seemed to have been faded. No. To be precise, this newly emerged 3-year online romance directly covers the 3-year real-life relationship between Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan. Jiang Chen was a little confused for a moment. In the past 3 years, was he in a relationship with Liu Ruyan, or was he having an online romance with this rich sister? But overall, this online romance left a deeper impression on Jiang Chen. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Liu Ruyan's shadow seemed to have faded a lot, and a certain obsession hidden in the deepest part of his mind seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Brother Tongzi, are you trying to find different ways to heal my wounded heart? I'm not a fragile person. How can a man grow into a towering tree without experiencing the blows of wind and rain? But thank you very much anyway. Although you don't talk much, I can feel that you are considerate and good system. I must give you a 5-star rating and like it like crazy. Ding ding. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated and a crisp QQ message alert sound was emitted. Jiang Chen quickly picked up his phone and opened the mobile version of QQ, which he hadn't logged into for 800 years. Unexpectedly, he saw a short message from a girl in the pinned message column. No. Not sister, should be called auntie. The avatar used by the other party is a pot of blooming orchids, and her QQ name is. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. Why is it called Flowers Bloom and Fortune Comes? Originally, Jiang Chen still had a little fantasy, thinking that not every rich lady was an old aunt who was older, out of shape, and had wrinkles all over her face. But when he saw this online name, the last bit of his fantasy was shattered. As we all know, Huakai Fugui is a nickname that is particularly favored by middle-aged women. Jiang Chen is only 25 years old this year. He's still a child. He is still young. He still has plenty of youth and unlimited possibilities in the future. How could he die at the hands of an old lady at such a young age? Separate. Must score. Even if Jesus comes, it won't work. That's what I said. Chapter 32 Super Beauty. Mature and beautiful auntie. Huakai Fugui, husband, what are you busy with? Huakai Fugui, I want to talk to you about what we agreed on before. Are you free now? Looking at the two messages just sent by his rich girlfriend, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked through the chat history. However, the chat history is blank. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Su Yao bought him a new phone yesterday, so there was naturally no chat history on the QQ on the new phone. As for Jiang Chen's old phone, throw it away. Now that you have a new phone worth more than 40,000 yuan, who would still keep the broken phone that was given away as a gift when you topped up your phone bill? It's over, it's over. Without the chat history, how would I know what we talked about before? A drop of cold sweat immediately flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Their memory just now only roughly told Jiang Chen about his online love experience with this rich sister. As for some specific details, Brother Tongzi did not explain it clearly, so Jiang Chen naturally didn't know either. Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought for a while, then replied a message to Huakai Fugui. Mantiangxingkan, no problem, I'm free now. Jiang Chen's original online name was A Sky Full of Stars Is Not As Good As You, but perhaps he felt that the name was too sycophantic, so he deleted the last 3 characters, leaving only the 4 characters, A Sky Full of Stars. A few seconds later, the rich sister replied with a message. Huakai Fugui, husband, you told me before that you have been practicing martial arts since childhood and are proficient in various fighting skills. Beating 10 people by yourself is just a basic operation. Your skills are even better than those of the special forces. Is this true? Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He just learned combat mastery yesterday. However, judging from Huakai Fugi's tone, Jiang Chen had boasted to her a long time ago that he was a good fighter. All right. Men all like to brag. Can a man who doesn't brag still be called a man? Mantiangxingkan, well, my skills are indeed very impressive. After Jiang Chen sent this message, his rich girlfriend actually sent him several messages in succession. Huakai Fugui, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. For so many years, I have always hoped to find a strong man to rely on, because such a man can protect me and give me enough sense of security. Now I finally found it. Emoji, shy. Huakai Fugui, husband, let us meet in person. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. What's going on? Didn't we agree to break up? How come we ended up meeting in person while chatting? Tatat. Jiang Chen quickly held his phone and typed out a long paragraph about breaking up. Perhaps he felt that these words were a bit too cold-blooded and heartless. After all, he had been in an online relationship with the other party for 3 years. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard, right? Then, Jiang Chen deleted this paragraph again, then racked his brains to edit a long paragraph of euphemistic words. The meaning is still the same, break up. However, Jiang Chen hadn't sent this message to Huakai Fugui yet, but the other party sent him several more messages. Huakai Fugui, husband, we have been together for 3 years, and you still don't know what I look like. Huakai Fugui, since we have decided to meet in person, I will send you some recent photos of me. Emoji, shy. Flowers in full bloom, picture, picture, picture. At this moment, Jiang Chen's curiosity was suddenly aroused. He just stretched out his hand and clicked on a photo of blooming flowers. The next second, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This woman is so nice. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. Her temperament is mature and cool, but there is also a hint of gentleness in her coolness, and a hint of intelligence in her gentleness. Her long brown black hair was braided into a long and thick pigtail, casually draped over her shoulders, looking very easy to hold. Her skin is very fair and there is not a single wrinkle on her face. She must pay great attention to skincare, so she looks less than 30 years old, like a girl of 27 or 28 years old. But according to the memory that Brother Tongzi imposed on Jiang Chen, this rich sister was a widow, her real age was 37, and she had a daughter who just turned 18. There is absolutely no mistake. But judging from the photos, Huo Kai-Fugue doesn't look like a 37-year-old old aunt at all, but rather like a young lady who is only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. I can only say that rich ladies really know how to take care of themselves. Let us get back to the topic. In the photo, Huo Kai-Fugue is wearing a blue tight dress and standing sideways by the sea. The skirt perfectly outlines her mature and plump figure. What does it mean that one more point means fat, and one less point means thin? It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the ceiling of the slightly plump world. Suddenly, Jiang Chen envied Huo Kai-Fugue's daughter. The little girl must have never been hungry since she was a child, because her mother's grain bag was so full. Such a beautiful, well-built, and elegant young aunt, her daughter is already 18 years old. Why does Jiang Chen seem a little bit unconvinced? But the facts are right in front of us. Huo Kai-Fugue in the photo obviously looks less than 30 years old, and at most 27 or 28 years old, etc. Could this woman be using pictures from the internet? Or have these photos been severely photoshopped by her, with serious filters and beautification added? When he thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. What he hates most in his life is photo fraud. Especially those girls who have photoshopped their faces and figures so severely deformed that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. This is a blatant scam. Could it be that Huo Kai-Fugue is this kind of person? Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately made a video call to Huo Kai-Fugue. He wants to expose counterfeiting. He wants to uncover the true face of flowers in bloom and wealth comes. He wants to reveal the monster's true form. Beep. I thought Huo Kai-Fugue would refuse this video call, but I never expected that the other party would answer it within seconds. Next second. On Jiang Chen's mobile phone screen, a super beautiful young aunt appeared, who was mature and plump, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and a cool, gentle, and intellectual temperament. That's right. Huo Kai-Fugue looks exactly like in person and in the photo. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is still extremely fair and there is no trace of wrinkles on her face. Huo Kai-Fugue was lying lazily on the sofa, which stunned Jiang Chen. It was so dangerous. Huh? Honey, how come you've become so handsome? I've only seen your photos from 3 years ago. I didn't expect that you've turned into such a handsome guy now. I'm really surprised. By the way, why did you suddenly send me a video? Are you ready to meet me in person? The sound of flowers blooming and flourishing is very pleasant. It's the kind of deep and charming royal sister's voice. I still don't know your real name. Jiang Chen was really a little embarrassed. After all, he was just thinking about breaking up, and he absolutely couldn't let that happen to the old lady. But now it seems that this is not an old aunt at all. It's obviously my big baby. No more breaking up. Whoever divides is a big fool. Chapter 33, In-Depth Study. In the room. Jiang Chen, lying on the bed, originally planned to change his posture and continue the video chat with Huo Kai-Fugue. After all, he was not wearing any clothes now, only covering his lower body with a quilt, and his upper body was bare-chested. However, when Jiang Chen turned over, his hand slipped accidentally and his phone fell on the bed. By the time Jiang Chen picked up the phone, the video call had been interrupted, and Huo Kai-Fugue also sent an inquiry message. Huo Kai-Fugue, husband, why did you suddenly hang up the video call? Mantiangxingkan, sorry, my hand slipped and my phone fell on the bed. Huo Kai-Fugue, har har, you must have thought that the photos I just sent you were all fake or photoshopped, so you wanted to see my real appearance through video, right? Emoji, snickering. Mantiangxingkan, indeed, mainly because you said before that you were 37 years old, and you have a daughter who just turned 18. This is too different from you in the photo, so I have to doubt it. I understand. People who have met me don't believe that I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. After Jiang Chen sent the last message, Huo Kai-Fugue did not reply for a long time. I don't know what she was doing. Maybe something happened suddenly and she didn't have time to reply to Jiang Chen's message? Just when Jiang Chen was about to get up, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice, and a message about Huakai Fu Gui came in. Huakai Fu Gui, let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Xiaoyu, I am 37 years old this year, I am a widower, and I have a daughter who just turned 18. I am currently the general manager of a listed company. I have a house, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, I have only had you as my boyfriend. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Looking at the long self-introduction sent by Qin Xiaoyu, especially the last sentence, she said that since her husband passed away, she had only had one boyfriend, Jiang Chen. It was this sentence that made Jiang Chen feel that Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have a sense of resentment. How? Just because you've only had me as a boyfriend, do you want me to be responsible for you? In other words, Qin Xiaoyu was telling me in a disguised way that after her husband passed away, she had remained chaste and had never had an affair. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought about it. Anyway, he was a scumbag. One scumbag was a scumbag, two scumbags were also scumbags, and more scumbags were still scumbags. Don't let down good girls, and don't waste bad girls. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give all girls a warm home. Mantiangxingkan, my name is Jiang Chen, I am 25 years old, and I am currently retired. I have a house, a car, and savings. I basically don't have to worry about food and drink in this life, and I don't need you to support me. Huakai Fugue, what? Retired at 25. Husband, are you kidding me? Mantiangxingkan, this is called early retirement. I will just lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life. Huakai Fugue, then your family conditions must be very good. Starry Sky, I am an orphan. Huakai Fugue, I'm sorry, I don't know your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, and then added each other as WeChat friends. Since we are planning to meet in person, it would be inappropriate to continue chatting on QQ. Ding ding. As soon as I added the WeChat friend, Qin Xiaoyu immediately sent me a WeChat message. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, I actually have one thing I have hidden from you, which is our relationship. I haven't told my daughter yet. I'm worried that she won't be able to accept this fact and may even strongly oppose us being together. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. Qin Xiaoyu, how about this, I will have a good talk with my daughter tonight. If she has no objection, we can be together openly. Jiang Chen, what if she disagrees? Qin Xiaoyu, then we can just be together secretly without her knowing. Emoji, covering mouth and laughing. Jiang Chen, I see. Regardless of whether your daughter agrees or not, you are determined to be with me, right? Qin Xiaoyu, husband, don't you want to meet me in person? Looking at the last WeChat message in the chat box, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed Qin Xiaoyu's mature and beautiful face, as well as her extremely plump figure. Squeak. Jiang Chen quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, then quickly typed a reply to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, I want to. Qin Xiaoyu, har har, why don't you call me wife first? Jiang Chen, wife. Emoji, kiss. Qin Xiaoyu, my little husband, you are so good. Emoji, kiss. Jiang Chen, why do you add a small word before husband? Qin Xiaoyu, you are only 25 years old, 12 years younger than me. Isn't that considered young? For some reason, Jiang Chen felt particularly happy and relaxed when chatting with Qin Xiaoyu. He had no worries and said whatever he wanted to say. And Qin Xiaoyu could always follow his topic and chat with him happily. Is this the legendary confidant? This song is so heartbreaking, where can I find a soulmate in this world? Qin Xiaoyu, husband, let's meet. I want to get to know you better, and at the same time, let you get to know me better. Emoji, grinning. Jiang Chen, how deep? Emoji, smirk. Qin Xiaoyu, share a song with you, the moon represents my heart. Looking at the song shared by Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen subconsciously clicked the play button. Soon, a soothing music came from the phone. Jiang Chen held the phone in his hand, leaned against the head of the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to listen attentively. You asked me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You asked me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are unwavering, my love is unchanging, the moon represents my heart. Chapter 34, Iceberg Goddess, Lin Qingxue. Is this love? After finishing his chat with Qingxue, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sighed and said, I love your love from my mahua. After sighing alone for a while, Jiang Chen was just about to get up when his cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Qingxue. When Jiang Chen saw this name, his first reaction was, did she dial the wrong number? Although Jiang Chen had Lin Qingxue's contact information and had added her as a friend on WeChat, he had had almost no contact with Lin Qingxue over the years. Lin Qingxue, one of the 7 fairies of Shilan University, known as the Iceberg Goddess, suddenly called her buddy. What is going on? Could it be that she is like Jia Shaman, coming here to join me on her own initiative? But why was it Lin Qingxue? Jiang Chen would not be surprised if any of the sexy dancer Yu Lily, the green tea girl Liu Li, or the pig man Tang Ru called him. Only when Lin Qingxue, a lump of ice, called Jiang Chen made him drop his jaw in surprise. Isn't she misogynistic? Isn't she a lesbian, or a lesbian? Isn't she very cold? Did she also compromise with reality? Swish. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen finally answered the call. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. The tone was a little strange, as if mixed with a hint of embarrassment and a sense of relief. But Lin Qingxue's voice is definitely that of a cold and aloof queen. When people hear it, they feel that she is high and mighty, pure and innocent, sacred and cannot be desecrated. Maybe this woman is too cold and aloof, which makes it easy for men to want to conquer her. Iceberg Goddess. Oh no. It's just a piece of ice. It's really as good as its reputation. Hey. It's Bing Bing. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Jiang Chen smiled crookedly, with an air of the returning Dragon King. Bing. Bing Bing? Who is Bing Bing? Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Qingxue. Their voice on the other end of the phone paused noticeably, as if mixed with a sense of dissatisfaction, but their voice was suppressing its anger, as if it did not dare to offend Jiang Chen easily. I know you are Lin Qingxue. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't this nickname nice? You. Yeah, that sounds good. Hearing the gnashing of teeth coming from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Bing Bing, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chen, this is the case. You should know that I am now the account manager of China Merchants Bank Private Bank. I'm calling you today to introduce you to the private banking business of our China Merchants Bank. Among all the major banks in China, our private bank has the largest number of customers and is recognized as having the best service. Lin Qingxue said a lot of nonsense on the phone, which can be summed up in one sentence: I want to poach you and make you my client. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and listened to Lin Qingxue's story on the phone. A cold and beautiful figure could not help but emerge in his mind. I vaguely remember Liu Ruyan once mentioned that after Lin Qingxue graduated, he went to work in the banking system. Unexpectedly, she is now a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank. The so-called private bank is not a bank opened by an individual, but a service model specially developed by the bank to attract high-asset wealthy people. Simply put, it is the bank's high-level VIP customer service. Compared with ordinary branches, private banks have higher authority, more resources, and a wider range of services. To give a simple example, for example, when it comes to depositing money, the deposit interest rate for ordinary customers is fixed. The interest rate for current deposits of the 4 major banks is about 0.35%, and the interest rate for time deposits for 1 year is only about 1.5%. For private banking clients, deposit interest rates are negotiable, and generally the lowest rate is above 2.5%. The more deposits you have, the higher the interest rate. In addition, private banks will provide customers with many benefits and more services. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that in order to become a client of the private banking of the 4 major domestic banks, personal deposits had to be at least 5 million and had to be maintained for a certain period of time. China Merchants Bank has the highest threshold. Personal assets must reach more than 10 million to become their private banking customers. But Jiang Chen's money was clearly deposited in Longhua Bank. No matter which bank it was, it would implement strict confidentiality measures for its customers. Here comes the question. As a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank, how did Lin Qingxue find out that Jiang Chen's deposits in Longhua Bank had exceeded 10 million? Bang! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. Su Yao showed off her wealth in her circle of friends the day before yesterday, with a Ferrari LaFerrari, a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a presidential suite. Just yesterday, Su Yao and Jia Shaman, two little splashy girls, posted Jiang Chen's transfer records on their moments. Lin Qingxue is not blind. Are you going to give up such a big and high-quality client like this instead of poaching it? Jiang Chen, are you listening to me? At this moment, Lin Qingxue's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and a cool and handsome smile immediately appeared on his face. Bing bing, I also want to be your customer, but I'm very busy now and I really don't have time. Since Jiang Chen sealed his heart and locked his love, he has transformed from a bootlicker to a scumbag. How could he kneel down and lick Lin Qingxue without any bottom line just because she is an iceberg goddess? Please. The one who needs help now is Lin Qingxue. Why does she dare to speak to me in such a condescending tone? How dare she be dissatisfied with this young master? Silence, no words. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and soon Lin Qingxue's voice was heard again. Jiang Chen, if you don't have time to come to our bank, I can come to your house and serve you in person. Is it convenient for you now? This time, Lin Qingxue lowered her posture, her tone was no longer cold, her voice became gentler, and even had a hint of flattery. That's right. This is the attitude of asking for help. What ice goddess? Can you try freezing it? See if this young master still cares about you. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite number 1. I should be free before noon, but I may not be able to be free after noon. Jiang Chen looked at the time, then gave Lin Qingxue an address and pointed out that he was only free in the morning. It is now 10:30 a.m. So, there is not much time left for Lin Qingxue. If she wanted to poach Jiang Chen, a big client, she had to act immediately, rush over, and personally go to Jiang Chen's house to negotiate. There was no other choice. Okay, I'll come to you right away. Lin Qingxue didn't dare to complain at all. After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Chapter 35 Personal Financial Secretary. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Housekeeper Bai Qianqian suddenly knocked on the door and told Jiang Chen that there was a lady named Lin outside who wanted to see him. 20 minutes later. Jiang Chen, neatly dressed, came into the living room. Bai Qianqian opened the door and led in a woman in a navy blue business suit. The woman had long hair tied up behind her head, revealing a delicate and cool face. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which softened the lines of her facial features. Her curvy figure, wrapped in a professional suit, perfectly outlines an S-shaped line. Coupled with the contrast of hip skirt, black stockings and high heels, she looks more mature and seductive. Ouch. Not bad. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 3 years, the former ice goddess turned out to be a girl with glasses. This temperament seems to be even more stunning than when she was in college. Although she still looks cold, she exudes an intellectual and elegant aura. To sum it up in one word, she has matured. Bing bing, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa and extended a hand towards Lin Qingxue. The moment Lin Qingxue saw Jiang Chen, her face was calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Things are different now. Jiang Chen, now, has been completely transformed because of taking the gene potion. His handsomeness has long surpassed the limits of human beings. Although Lin Qingxue is known as the iceberg goddess, she is just a mortal after all, not a real goddess. So, how could she possibly resist Jiang Chen's charm? Jiang Chen, long time no see. You seem to have changed a lot. Lin Qingxue shook Jiang Chen's hand and a faint smile appeared on her face. Har har, people always change, and you've changed a lot. As if by some strange coincidence, the moment Lin Qingxue opened her hand, Jiang Chen suddenly used his index and middle fingers to gently scratch the palm of her hand. At the same time, Jiang Chen also blinked at Lin Qingxue, and a cool and handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Qingxue was slightly stunned, and just glanced at Jiang Chen lightly, then calmly withdrew her white and tender little hand. Although her face was calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed that there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in the depths of her eyes. This discovery immediately aroused Jiang Chen's great interest. Who said Lin Qingxue is afraid of men? Who said she was a lesbian? A lesbian? A lily? Look at her reaction now, she is obviously a normal woman. It's just that she is a little colder, hides things a little deeper, and puts on a bit more airs. To sum it up in one sentence, she's very good at pretending. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue sat on the sofa, and Bai Qianqian immediately made 2 cups of tea. After Bai Qianqian left, Lin Qingxue first picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then couldn't wait to get to the point. Jiang Chen, you also know the reason why I came here today, so I won't beat around the bush. I have just been promoted to a private bank account manager and I need to improve my performance, so I would like to seek your help. If you can choose me as your financial advisor, I will do my best to help you manage your assets. After listening to Lin Qingxue's story, Jiang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup, drank a sip of tea slowly, and started to think secretly in his mind. The eldest, Su Yao, the little follower, Jia Shaman, the housekeeper, Bai Qianqian, and a rich sister, Lin Qingxue, who had been in an online relationship for 3 years and just wanted to meet in person. If another girl with glasses comes, will I be able to handle it? Damn. Never mind. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. This young master has made a bold statement before that he would capture all the 7 fairies of Shilan University, except the other 6 fairies except Liu Ruyan, and make them his followers. A real man should do what he says. No matter how much you boast, you must make it come true, even if it means crying. Bing bing, what benefits can I enjoy by becoming your customer? Jiang Chen put down the teacup and looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile. Lin Qingxue put her legs together slightly, crossed her hands on her legs, and asked instead of answering, Jiang Chen, how much money do you expect to deposit in our bank? Our bank's customers are divided into 3 levels: private banking customers with more than 10 million in deposits, senior private banking customers with more than 50 million in deposits, and special private banking customers with more than 100 million in deposits. The benefits that private banking clients of each level can apply for are different. After listening to Lin Qingxue's words, Jiang Chen took out the savings card of Longwo Bank and threw it casually on the coffee table. I still have about 570 million in this card. As long as you can satisfy me, I can let you manage this money. Quiet. The living room was quiet. After Jiang Chen said the number of 570 million, Lin Qingxue's icy face immediately showed a look of shock. Lin Qingxue thought Jiang Chen was very rich. But she never expected that Jiang Chen would just throw out an ordinary savings card, and there would be more than 570 million Dragon country currency in it. The cash alone is more than 570 million, so how terrifying would Jiang Chen's assets be? What's more, this is just the money in one bank card. Who knows if Jiang Chen has other bank cards? At this moment, Lin Qingxue finally understood. Why did Su Yao risk her life so recklessly? Why, after Su Yao, did Jia Shaman also risk her life so recklessly to be his follower? Jiang Chen, if you can deposit this money into our bank, I can guarantee you a deposit interest rate of at least 4%. Secondly, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary and form a personal financial management team of at least 4 people to serve you 24 hours a day. No matter what your needs are, I will do my best to satisfy you and provide you with a full range of personalized private customized services.